regular meeting, the 2nd of June of the Fairfax Town Council. And Madam Clerk, could you do a roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Goddard.
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes, I'm here.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Here.
And Mayor Ackerman.
I am here also.
All present. Thank you.
Okay, so can we get a motion to approve the agenda and affidavit of posting, or if there are any changes we wish to propose to the agenda? Councilmember Goddard?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I was hoping to request that the town manager deliver his town manager's report at the beginning prior to consent.
Okay, so we can do that. So right before consent.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with that change, if that's okay, Mayor.
Yes, make the motion. Okay, any second on that?
I'll second.
And Michelle, could you do a roll call on that, please?
Yes. Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
All ayes. Thank you.
Okay, and so we can announce that we've had 2 closed sessions, one yesterday in which the council had an opportunity to interview Interim Chief of Police Rico Tabaranza and make recommendation to the staff with regard to that. And then we had a closed session earlier this evening about a possible anticipated litigation. Okay, and the land acknowledgement, would someone like to read it? Or I can. Barbara, go ahead.
I'll do it, but maybe just quickly before we do that, I had asked, and I believe you agreed, that we dedicate this meeting to the centennial of the Tulsa Race Massacre, which was Memorial Day and yesterday, as well as to George Floyd. So I'll move on to read the land acknowledgement. The Fairfax Town Council acknowledges that we are located on the unceded ancestral lands of the Coast Miwok people of present-day Marin County. We honor with gratitude the land itself and all of its ancestors, past, present, and emerging. Thank you.
Thank you. And so briefly, the meeting protocol that we follow, the mayor will maintain order at the meetings. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain standards of tolerance and civility. And we will review the agenda at 10 p.m. and possibly continue items. Any matter not started by 11:30, we will again review, and we often continue items at that point. So we have a few announcements. There are vacancies on several of our boards and commissions. There are applications available on the website, or you can contact our town clerk, Michelle Gardner. The Climate Action Committee has up to 4 vacancies. Parks and Recreation Commission has a vacancy. The Volunteer Board has 2 vacancies. Does the Planning Commission still have a vacancy? Is that correct? We do. Okay.
Yes, that is correct. We had a resignation in the past month.
Okay. And the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee, ResJ, has 4 vacancies and also 2 youth positions that are 18 and under that are, or under 18 that are not filled. The Fairfax Food Pantry continues to rock on Saturdays, 8:30 to 10:30 a.m. at the Fairfax Community Church. And you can always sign up on the town website, townoffairfax.org, to receive agendas and newsletters and some occasional updates by email from the town. They're very helpful. So you can go to the website and sign up on them. Okay, any other announcements? Stephanie?
Yes, Mayor, in the spirit of transparency, could you, for the record, share the Ross Valley Community Liaison appointment, since that was new this week, and wanted to provide some public transparency on that?
Okay, perhaps Garrett should share that, because just so I don't get it wrong, I believe I understand the appointment.
Okay, and oh, you know what? I'm having community issues. Hang on a sec.
Mhm.
Okay, how about that?
Yeah.
All right, it's better. It's not echoing.
Thanks.
Did you want me to answer that now or in the town manager report? I guess, okay, I'll just answer it. So
Yeah.
the school liaison through Ross Valley School District is Vice Mayor Hellman. I think part of, just so you know, the county superintendent, now that I have more information and I haven't passed that information on, is county superintendent, my understanding is Board of Education is now responsible for overseeing charter schools. As a best practice is what they've used in other areas of Marin County. My understanding is that the superintendent has put together this committee that has electeds from including a county supervisor and others that provides quarterly updates on what's going on in the realm of education as it concerns charter schools and other things. I can actually put more information on the website or newsletter related to what the county and superintendent's planning to do in the next week's newsletter, if the council believes that would be appropriate.
Okay, thanks. Okay, and so next we have our open time for public expression, and this is a time to address the council on matters that are not on tonight's agenda. So matters that are on tonight's agenda, will be a chance to comment on those later on. Individuals are limited generally to 3 minutes and groups to 5 minutes. We'll go with that tonight. And council is generally not permitted to take action on these. We can't discuss unagendized items unless they're of an emergency nature. Okay, so Clerk Michelle Gardner, if you would please get the open up the public comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I see 2 hands raised right now. The first is Cindy Ross. The next is Jody Timms. So Cindy, I have unmuted you.
Okay, hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, anyway, I'm Cindy Ross. As some of you may know, I'm a very long time resident of Fairfax. I live on the east end of town on the border of San Anselmo. I'm a longtime homeowner and taxpayer, including a portion of my taxes going to Fairfax pensions. And as you probably know, since at least August of 2020, I have been complaining about a problem that's been created for me personally by perfumey odors that emanate from the coin washing well at Fairfax Plaza. They are not limited to the laundromat. They end up, I can't open my windows. It's really difficult sometimes for me to go outside into my yard or my driveway without getting bombarded with odors and fumes that, that get me quite sick at times. I've had long history of migraines, asthma, and other medical problems because of that nuisance. And I realize that in open time, you can't necessarily respond, but I really would like to know, either in personal communication or in a meeting where this is on the agenda, which I've requested repeatedly in the past. I would like to know why the town of Fairfax is failing to do anything about this. I know that I have tried to bring it up under Fairfax Ordinance. I believe it's 734 about emission of noxious fumes or odors. I was told by Mark Lockaby that while he personally found the fumes to be noxious, there weren't enough people complaining about it. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but essentially I do know of a number of people who have complained, but for some reason, town officials and the town council seem to be ignoring the issue and not taking it seriously. Now, I know that I personally am concerned about things like air pollution, VOCs that are contributing to climate change and causing problems, pollution of the creek water and issues like that. But even more so, I'm concerned about my personal health. I don't live at the laundromat. I don't work at the laundromat. I live across the street. I should not be bombarded with substances in my own home or on my own property that make me sick. And it's gotten to the point where, there are reasons right now where I can't move. Actually, I don't want to be forced out of my long-term home, but this situation has to be addressed and has to be stopped. And I want you to do something about it. If not at this meeting, I do expect to be contacted. I want to have discussions about this, and I need for it to stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jody Timms, followed by Gabe, followed by Walt Vernon. Jody, you're unmuted now.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jody Timms and Cascade Drive. And on behalf of the Commission on Aging, just want to give you a brief update and mention some events. Tomorrow, actually, the Commission on Aging's regular educational forum is at 10 a.m. and it will be about transportation options for older adults in Marin. So if that's of interest, it should be a great update on what's happening and some survey data, information, and future trends. So join that if you can. Again, on the town's website, all these events are listed with Zoom links. Also tomorrow, after that event, Ross Valley seniors will be having their regular meeting online, and they're going to have a demonstration of chair yoga. So that might be of interest to many of you, or some of you. And then also, actually, speaking of yoga, as you probably know, the Park and Recs department does offer 6 different yoga classes for older adults that are free. And starting, I believe, next week, the library is starting up again in-person yoga classes with Tamala Smith outside, up to 15 folks on Thursdays from 10 to 11. So I believe it's Thursdays. Maybe it's Tuesdays and Thursdays. Anyway, check the library's website, but those are starting back up. So that's really wonderful as well. Age-friendly activities. Our Breakfast with Friends is again at Barefoot Cafe. So that will be June 16th at 9:30. Please join us if you'd like to have breakfast together. And then also the Age-Friendly Marin Forum this month will be on June 23rd at 10:30, again on Zoom. And this will be on how to find a really great caregiver in Marin. Many folks, either for themselves or for loved ones, are kind of occasionally, quote, in the market for a good caregiver, whether it's just a few hours a week or more regular care. And at that event on June 19th, folks from Marin Center for Independent Living will be talking about their caregiver registry. Home Care Assistance, which is a private company, will talk about how you might use an agency to find caregivers. And then Jewish Family and Children's Services also has a program called Seniors at Home that has some low income or services and supports around home care. So check that out if that's something of interest. And then, of course, the monthly Age-Friendly Fairfax Task Force is on June 25th. So always the 4th Friday, 9:15, also on Zoom. So thank you all and take good care.
Thank you, Jody.
The next speaker is Gabe, followed by Walt Vernon, followed by Richard Applebaum. Gabe, you're unmuted now. You might have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Great, thank you. So I definitely don't need 3 minutes, but I just wanted to bring to attention something Cindy Ross, who is my mother, brought up, which is the laundromat, the coin washing well, I believe it's called. And I'm speaking as someone with asthma and who uses an inhaler, that it makes it very difficult for me to exist there. And it might seem like a silly problem, or like maybe it's just like the use of the detergent and whatnot is like, a problem that just bothers us because of how it smells, but it really can affect your health. And also I'm concerned about like its, environmental impact, being that it's right next to a creek and is emitting into the air right across the street from Good Earth. And I just think city council and town is forward thinking and environmentally friendly, as Fairfax has an obligation to its most vulnerable citizens in this circumstance. And I would really appreciate this issue being taken seriously, because it seems like it is something that has been brought up multiple times but has never really been addressed. And I think that a town that has policies against like which bags you can use because of the environment can potentially have a policy over which types of, laundry detergent you can use, particularly when you're in proximity to residential areas. And yeah, that's pretty much the body of my concern. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gabe.
The next speaker is Walt Vernon, followed by Richard Applebaum, followed by Rick. And Walt, you are unmuted now.
Great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I always know it's a two-step dance here, the unmuting thing. Thank you all. Yeah, just a couple quick things. First off, I'm here representing the Climate Action Committee of the town of Fairfax. And so our job, for all of you listeners at home, I suppose, is to advise the town council on really how to implement the climate emergency resolution that was passed by the town council, trying to get us to carbon neutral by 2030. The first thing that I wanted to say is we could really use new members. So if folks out there are interested in saving the planet, we're your people. So come talk with us. We'd love to have some additional energy. Second thing I wanted to mention is that we have begun, and it will not be probably every week, but we are trying to be at the farmers market with the table many weeks. And we're trying to bring additional resources. So it isn't just us, but tonight we had Resilient Neighborhoods. Last week we had Larry Bragman from the Water District. Before that we had somebody else who I forgot. But we've got a lot of exciting people coming. And to really try to help the people of this town learn more and have access to resources for improving our personal environmental footprint and contributing to making things better. We're finishing up an annual report to go along with year end, which we'll be presenting to the town to kind of document what we accomplished in the past year and what we're planning to do next year. So stay tuned for that. We'd like to help people sign up for MCE Deep Green and PG&E 100% solar. That's probably the easiest thing that people can do that will make a substantial difference. And so if you have any questions, please let us know. And the last thing that I wanted to say is I've heard, I did not get to come to the budget meetings, and I apologize for that, but I've heard some of what happened. And I want to thank the council and staff for consideration of our recommendations. And I would like to urge you to consider including in the budget the request that we made for the internal price on carbon. And I'm happy to talk with you further about that if you wish. I know it seems like a confusing thing. It isn't really, but it was the smallest of our requests other than just operations. And it would really give us a tool to start to help the people of the town with a little bit of resource to get things done so that we're really helping people. And so I really urge you to do that. And really just, to remind us that if we're calling this a climate emergency, to allocate, a little bit of funding to actually doing something about it might be in keeping with the spirit of that. So at any rate, thank you again for all that you do, and happy to talk with anybody about any of this later. Thank you.
Thank you, Walt.
The next speaker is Richard Applebaum, followed by Rick, followed by Frank Egger. Richard, you're unmuted.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. I'm calling in tonight just really to echo and support Cindy Ross and her son's issue around the heinous chemical fragrances from laundry products. It is a real issue. I've chimed in on this before, and I don't want them to feel like they're isolated. It's like the one complaining neighbor problem. And I understand we have limited staff and resources. It's hard to get to everybody's personal issue, but as has already been stated, we're a town that says we care a lot about environment, and this is a hazard. It really is. It's a serious, serious problem. And if you've ever used like fragrance Tide with Bounce, whatever, and put your clothes in that, try to get the smell out of it. You could wash it in pure water and something innocent, from nature 3 or 4 times, and you still can't get this. So they're designed to cling. Places that like laundromats and such, it goes into the drywall and you can't remove it. This stuff is really, really, really toxic. And there are many of us, we've had discussions online on Nextdoor and on some of the Facebook groups. I know Florence Schneider and some others in town have been very vocal on this. And so it's really not just Cindy and her son that are, they're in the bad luck of however the wind goes, that it goes to their doorstep. And I have a tremendous amount of empathy for that. And I would ask any of you to go to the back entrance of Good Earth, the sliding doors on the smaller parking lot side, and stand there from time to time, and you'll notice it at times, and go on the corner and near the little strip mall parking lot, and you will smell it. And there's something about the configuration over there. So I'm sure the town is not quite up to an ordinance banning all Tide and all in commercial products at Safeway for use, but I don't think it's unreasonable to have a chat with the owner over there and ask them if they can make some modifications at a minimum. How about all the times that we asked Perry's to close the door in back to stop the sound? Could we ask them to keep the door in front closed so maybe it won't drift out? I don't know where the exhaust vents are positioned. I've just on my own, just for my own curiosity, I've gone to the other laundromat near Scoop and Amelie, and it's not as bad over there. It doesn't seem to blow, and I don't know what they're doing differently. I mean, you can eventually smell it there as well, but it's not like you're sitting there at Amelie and all through your meal you're getting blasted. But there's something that goes on in that other location, and in a town where we care about plastic bags and plastic straws and carbon footprint and a lot of things and trees, and this is chemical. This is toxic chemicals that are poisoning us, and it is serious. And I really hope that someone in the town can look into this and at least try to take a step or two in the right direction. So I support her, and I just support this issue in general. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Rick, followed by Frank Egger, followed by Deborah Benson. Rick, you're unmuted now.
Hello, Town Council. This is Rick Hamer, Fairfax. When did PG&E sneak that new telephone pole in on Bank Street? That's the one that's completely blocking the sidewalk between the Pavilion handicap ramp and the B of A. The adjoining parking spot needs to be replaced with a sidewalk around the poles to keep people out of the throughfare, where they have to now enter traffic lanes in order to go around those poles. And that is also one less parking spot. Add to that the 2 parking spots next to the Jersey barricade at the skateboard park, blocking the emergency vehicle access from the pavilion that I mentioned the other day. And of course, the parklet issue and that just additional parking burden. Their very existence is paradoxical with our parking problem. Where's the townwide survey? Did the council members targeted one-day interviews of a single demographic replace the planned broad survey? Well, apparently it did. The year-long extension that was introduced for the first time after public comment was closed at the appropriate meeting, and yet another exhaustive meeting that went into the late night. And then the town woke up into it the next morning. As a member of the town public and living and breathing downtown, I am speaking up on how as many as 7,000 voices of the town have been ignored. And now we all have to live with a year-long policy birthed from comparatively small, narrow group, many of whom are not even residents of Fairfax. I commend Council members Hellman and Collar for standing firm. Temporary public structures, especially ones left in place about a year beyond the NFPA temporary time limits, erected without prior code review and having been granted enforcement waivers. This is reprehensible. I say, from working in the event industry and being a member of NFPA myself and a student of assembly disasters, how tragedies happen, learning from them and avoiding them in the future. Building something first and then facing overlooked code mistakes later is reprehensible. The bad track record of the TUP is already apparent. That one is 1 foot too wide. That one is opaque wall coverings. Over there's a step limiting access, extension cords draping over sidewalks above, open hearth flame clearance of combustible surface with the limit was 6 inches, which less than 6 inches, which is more than that when I last looked. Unlike public hearing use permit, the TUP and TUP, a business may or may not possess status, is readily available for inspection by the public. Where's the transparency? Not only is a TUP exempt from code compliance, it is also exempt from public scrutiny. However much you want to help our town appear inviting and nice, be socially stimulating, help some businesses financially, you are doing so at our peril. I walked around after 8 p.m. the Saturday after the following extension was approved. Hello?
I said it's just you're running low on time, so if you can just wrap up.
Yeah, okay. The permanent business facilities, which went through great expense to get prior code review, I'll name some. Split Rock, it was empty. Way Station, closed early. Gestalt House was closed. That was before 9 p.m. on a Saturday. But the parklets, though, all of them were packed. How fair is that to these businesses? I'll cut it off right there because I'm out of time. But I really think that you need to revisit this TUP extension that was extended beyond September. And that's what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick.
The next speaker is Frank Egger, followed by Deborah Benson. Frank, you're unmuted now. You may have to unmute yourself.
There we go. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Frank Egger, Meadoway. Good evening, Mayor and council members. In 1997, Fairfax voters approved a transit occupancy tax of 10%. It covered hotels, bed and breakfast inns, and homes or second units that rented short term. So the question I have is, why is Fairfax not enforcing that code section, the one that requires payment of a TOT tax on short-term rentals like Airbnb and HomeAway? Airbnb has a number of short-term rentals in Fairfax, but Airbnb keeps a 10% TOT tax. It belongs to the town of Fairfax, and Fairfax must collect it. The First District Court of Appeals ruled all rental records of Airbnb, HomeAway, etc. There's a number of short-term rental companies. Those records must be given to any city making the request that they see those records. Fairfax needs to collect current and back taxes from Airbnb. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
Next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Michael Mcintosh. Deborah, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. I have a few things I want to speak to. One thing I want to say is that I completely agree with great fervor with everything that Rick Hamer had to say about the process with the parklets. Also, I want to mention that there was a study from the University of Washington that found that top-selling laundry detergents emit carcinogenic chemicals. Researchers identified 25 volatile air pollutants, including, I may not, Barbara would know how to say these words, I do not, including the carcinogens acetaldehyde, benzene, and 1.4 dioxane in scented detergents. So I think this is an important subject. So now to the most difficult for me. I'm looking at the meeting protocol. The council and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and are ridiculing the character or motives of council members, staff, or members of the public, and maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. So at 3 recent meetings, 2 of the PPPSA and 1 of the ResJ, and I'm not going to be very popular for talking to this, after public comment, in the PPPSA meetings, one of the members of the committee, and I will not name names because I don't think that would be appropriate, referred to the comments made by the public as racist, thereby inferring that anyone who made comments disagreeing with the mindset of the committee was racist. A council member sat and listened to that. The facilitator sat and listened to that, and no one took issue with that and stopped it. And I take issue with that. I think it's completely inappropriate. At the last ResJ meeting, one of the committee members referred to comments from the public as terrifying. Now, if indeed comments have been made that are racist and or terrifying, these comments need to be pointed out specifically and addressed. And if they're not addressed, then it's completely inappropriate for these committee members who have been appointed by this council to be making generalizing comments, generalizing and calling comments from the public racist or terrifying. So I think it's very important, if this has been happening, that these be pulled out specifically and brought into public view and addressed. Otherwise, I think it's really inappropriate behavior by these committee members. So I would like to see this dealt with. I would like to see you as a council ask and find these specific comments and address them. And if they were racist or terrifying, I think that's a horrible thing. But I was there and I don't think there was anything such thing said. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Deborah.
The next speaker is Michael Mcintosh, followed by John and Jane. Michael, you're unmuted now.
Hello, Council. Thanks for coming up this evening. First thing I'd like to say, Cindy's comments and followed by her son, the other gentleman, are correct. So my tenants have also made complaints about the wafting, very heavy, almost sweet smell from the either fragrance of the laundry or softeners or conditioners or something. On our own property, we have banned all fragrant scented items. And every once in a while, something slips in there and we all collectively shame that person or offer to buy them other laundry soap so we can discard of it. So, I mean, it is a real big deal. And people have certainly mentioned that they don't want to live next to those scents. My question to you is this evening, citing California Government Code 6250 to 6270, since we had a closed session which pertained looking up your subcategory to the subject of litigation, upon request by the public, should any direction from council be made in any direction, which includes having staff, town manager, anybody else, write a report, come back to you, which is an expenditure of public funds, must be released as to the subject matter. There's only 3 exemptions. They are purchase price of a property outside of negotiations, flight of service, in case you're going to serve somebody, or 3, I apologize right now, I don't remember what that third one is. Employee review. Otherwise, this must be released upon request. And I'm hoping that the council will follow our California government code of procedure, and explain what the litigation was about and the direction to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
The next speaker is John and Jane. You're unmuted now.
Good evening, council members. This is John Romanus.
Hi, John. You dropped off. There we go.
Can you hear me?
There we go. We'll start again.
Reset on the clock, please. And thank you. So I'm speaking and Jane would like to speak. So if we raise our hands again, that'll be that. I just wanted to, I get home late and I kind of jump into these meetings without too much preparation. But I've been following the ResJ and the subcommittee, and the thing that's concerning me is this Brown Act and whether the PPPSA subcommittee is subject to the Brown Act. And I just kind of want to go over some stuff here about I would like it to be subject to the Brown Act, and I think it is. On September 2nd, a staff report stated that the ResJ committee and the subcommittee are subject to the Brown Act. I think that things need to be open so that the public has a chance to review or like see what's going on, so that things aren't happening behind closed doors. And I brought this up before, and I was assured, and the council members stated, it's all open. You can go to the public meetings and everybody can see what's happening. And it's kind of, these meetings are they're weird. It's like, you go there and you want to speak your mind and say something. And then I personally feel that the PPPSA members have their own agenda and that they're kind of dismissive towards public comment. And now there's this want to be not subject to the Brown Act. And, I'm kind of thinking this out. It's like, well, okay, so you've got a couple people who kind of are, they have their own agenda. They're kind of not really taking, certain members of the public's comment seriously, it would seem. And then so what they do is they put together a proposal or recommendation to the ResJ, and then there's really no input on that. The ResJ either would most likely say, okay, well, we would recommend that this comes to the committee, the town council, or it doesn't. So there's no what do you call it? Any sort of public input at that time. And I know we can email the members and have our say, but it's kind of weird. I mean, if you go back and read all the staff reports, it's always have been, and it was sold to the town council as that the ResJ and the subcommittee are subject to the Brown Act. In fact, by ordinance, the town council actually created the subcommittee. So I think that just by virtue of that, you're required to be subject to the Brown Act. That the ResJ committee did not make the subcommittee. It was done by the town council. Anyway, thank you.
Okay.
John.
Am I up, Jane?
Yeah, Jane.
Thank you. Thank you.
I can hear you.
A few things I want to address. I want to say I'm totally supportive of Rick and others who have spoken about the parklets. To me, this is kind of I hate to use the word, but it's a systemic problem with the town council making decisions for the entire community of Fairfax without fair input from the citizens. And I cite the parklets, I cite the ResJ committee, I cite striping of Cascade, and I cite changing the name of Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. We, the people of Fairfax, want to have a voice, and I don't feel we are giving a proper forum. Giving us a few minutes to speak in open time, great. Having listening sessions, fine, we speak. What happens? Nothing. Whatever committee it is goes forward and does just what they want anyway, without recognizing what we, the people who are trying to say. We stay up all night and try to talk, but that's part of the thing, the agenda. Why do you have to have your moment to say what you've done? Why can't you do that at the end and let us, continue to have discussions about the important things that are important to us? It's not at 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay. Back to the ResJ committee. They're color coding people. This is racism. That's racism at the worst of it. You don't choose people to do this or do that based on their color. I mean, if you want to get down to it, what exactly does white mean? Is that your DNA? Is that your nationality? Is that the color of your skin? I mean, come on, people. This is not the way to go. This is a very dangerous, slippery slope. Next, I too agree with Deborah. John and I and Deborah have attended as many of the ResJ committee and PPPC meetings as we can. And I don't hear anybody else actually saying anything except people who agree with them. So it seems like if you don't agree with what they're saying, you're termed racist or terrorist. I agree with Deborah. I would really like to hear exactly what has felt so threatening, and I'm sorry for it. I mean, I certainly never meant to say anything like that. And I agree with John about the Brown Act. If public money is being spent, the public has a right to know what's going on. There should be nothing behind closed doors. There should be nothing taken down from the website. We as the people of Fairfax who pay our tax money to support this, we have a right to know what's going on. It needs to be transparent. And if they don't want to do that, then fine, form a separate committee that is funded by GoFundMe and has nothing to do with the town of Fairfax or under its auspices. I thank you very much for the time, and I'm sorry if I've wounded anybody by my statements. I do not mean to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane.
I see no more public comments, Mr. Mayor. Oh, except one, sorry. Mark Bell. Mark, you're unmuted.
Thanks, Michelle. I want to read again what Deborah Benson said about the meeting protocol. And I'm just wondering why you continue to paint pictures racist, paint people with the brush of racist in this town by your land acknowledgement statement. At best, it's naive. At worst, it's disingenuous. There have been studies, archaeological studies, that have proven that there were Homo erectus in California, and more studies will show, I'm sure, that they were around here. And that they coexisted at the same time as the Miwok and maybe the Miwok forebearers. To say that we're living on unceded land from the Miwok, while they were living on unceded land from whatever Homo erectus tribes or cultures were here before them. Now, if you have a problem with unceded land, then you should take it up with Spain. Spain is the country who demolished the Native American culture. So why don't you get on a Zoom call with the president of Spain? And why don't you talk to him and see what he has to say about all of this? As far as the rest of us, we followed the laws, we followed the cultural norm, the societal norm of our society. We didn't steal land. We purchased the land from someone. That's how the society evolved. And if you can look at the entire world. Yeah, there were Homo erectus, Neanderthals, etc. throughout the world. You think that they sat down and wrote ceding documents of land? Even the Native American tribes in North America defeated other tribes for grazing, for food. So it's really disingenuous to just continue on and on with this. And if you really want to do something serious and you want to think about racism and you want to think about colonialism, well, probably the two worst were the Spanish and the English. So since I doubt anyone there is fluid in Spanish, you seem to be semi-fluid in English, well, you shouldn't even be using English for your meetings. If you want to be serious, You should only conduct the meeting in Miwok. I'm out.
Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Mayor, I see no further public comments.
Okay, so we will close the open time for public expression. And with regard to the announcement of the closed session, I might have not said, and I should say, that direction was given to council from those closed sessions.
Mayor, did you want to say direction was given to staff?
From staff, yes, to staff.
Excuse
From
me.
council to staff. Sorry. Sorry for that omission. Okay, so we now come to the consent calendar.
Mayor, I think we moved the town manager report.
Oh, that's yes, the town manager report we're moving to right now in the.
Sorry for interrupting again.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks. Thanks for reminding me.
And I think for the town manager report, you wanted me to report that the survey we talked about for the businesses and community related to downtown use of open spaces, including the parking spaces, what people refer to, parklets, whatever, that should actually be available online next week. We're working on it now. We plan to have it up and running next week, and we'll also obviously put a message in the town newsletter. We also have direct emails to businesses that will be going out, and we'll try some other things to make sure we get a more broad response to the survey. And then I forget, was there's something else you wanted me to report on too?
No, I just wanted to make sure that we let people know that that was coming.
The cascade striping, please.
Oh, yes, cascade striping. So where we at, we actually got another bid from a company just this past week. It's less than the other bid. We're trying to narrow down the date, but right now it looks like the target date is the week of June 14th. When we get more information on a specific date, then what we'll do is, again, we'll put it in the newsletter, and for those that signed up for the cascade specific newsletters, we'll also send that out as a newsletter, most likely also post on Nextdoor for that neighborhood.
Garrett, if I could ask that there also be some kind of a sign at the base of the cascades that we can erect on one of the A-frames, like Maria does for Chipper Days. I think there'll be a lot of people that are surprised. And so I think it would make sense for people to know as they're coming in the night before that that's coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Garrett. Okay, so now onto the consent calendar. First of all, does council have any comments on that? Barbara?
I have one thing. There was an edit to the minutes for the town retreat, which I've already provided to Michelle Gardner, our town clerk. But regarding item 6, I would like to pull that or potentially continue it to another meeting. I had a lot of comments and that weren't addressed. And also there were a lot of comments submitted by the public that weren't specifically addressed. And while all of those, there may be a specific reason why, and it would have been good to provide specificity, but rather than talking about that now, I think we either need to move it after we do the 2 public hearing items, but or continue it so we don't take a lot of time. But I think we do need to get definitely to the appeal and potentially the other item that we continued from last time. So I'd like to request pulling item 6.
Okay. Unless people have any other thoughts about that, I would suggest pulling item 6 and putting it after the public hearings and before item 11. Would that work for the council?
After 11?
Before 11.
Before 11 is what I was suggesting.
That's fine with me. I don't know what others feel about that.
because we have, in anticipation of that possibly being pulled, we have two people from the Climate Action Committee who are going to stay on for that item. So didn't want to put it right at the end of the meeting if we could.
I'm good with that.
Okay. All right. So anything else with regard to the consent? Thank you.
I just have I wanted to share support and very happy about the waving of the pride flag, but I was curious about the fiscal impact. It said that we'd have to pay for a flagpole. Don't we have a flagpole?
So for the questions, so we have a flagpole, but the recommendation in the staff report is that we actually create a separate flagpole to put up these flags that are different from the US flag. Right now, the flagpole in front of Town Hall, we actually send that over to the fire, and fire handles that. So they handle the official requests that we get from the federal government, state or local related to the flag, the raising, half mast, and so on. What we're proposing is putting a separate flag to hang off a Town Hall that could be used to fly flags that aren't the US flag, and to address other requests we get in the future, flying it that way so we don't have to coordinate with the fire department.
So it's not the kind we have, isn't the kind that you can hang multiple at a time?
No, you can. Again, right now, the fire department handles that. It would just take them out of the loop. And then if we had a different flagpole, then we would hang the different flags from that. I'm assuming we'll also come back to the council with the flag policy because we really don't have one to address these requests.
But it's not, we're not thinking of an expensive flagpole like the vertical one that we've got already.
No, I'm sorry. You know, we're thinking you have a bracket on Town Hall, you have a flag that would hang a flags off of for these requests.
Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Anything further on consent? And then we can go to public comment on the consent. Councilmember Goddard.
And then Chance, you had your hand up. Did you want to go first? Because I need to find this in my agenda.
Go ahead.
Yes, a couple things. One is to this item that I think Councilmember Kohler was just speaking about, which is the minutes, maybe, which is just acknowledging. I sent those in too, and Garrett just said to say it too at the meeting, I guess, just that the minutes should reflect that Al Balak, co-owner of Good Earth, also spoke at the goal setting retreat on March 26th about similar issues.
That was the same thing. Thank you.
Okay, great. Just want to make that clear. And then the other thing is I had some, two minor changes to the resolution proclaiming June as LGBTQ plus Pride Month. Simply that for the actual resolution, similar to Transgender Day of Visibility, which we have passed, I request or propose that we remove the 2021 and the ending June 30th, 2021 from the resolution. I think we don't need to bother staff every year with creating new resolutions and adding new paperwork to get, staff's already pretty strapped. So to remember to do that every year is extra work. And I think moving forward, it'd be great if it was just that was the month in Fairfax, if we just celebrated that as the month, and we didn't have to require staff to do more work, and we didn't have to require the public to come forward every time, and we just acknowledged it as the month. So the removing the year was the suggestion. The other thing I was thinking about, Garrett, which is something you might want to check in with the fire department about, if they're putting, the US flag at half mast and we have another flagpole that's hanging other flags, typically you would want the US flag to remain above other flags. You'd want to hang the other flags beneath the US flag. And I don't know if there's a symbolic complication there of, having other flagpoles that are then flying other flags higher, and if it makes more sense to have them on the same flagpole. But something to maybe run past them, because that is, from a symbolic perspective, that can get funky there for some folks. So just wanted to throw that out there. But I think if we can logistically figure out whatever, I'm just happy we're doing it. So.
All right.
Can I just add one thing? Oh, I'm sorry, Renee, you were next.
But if it's on the subject, go for it.
It was just Councilmember Catrano. I think the idea of saving staff time every year from a proclamation or resolution is a good one. However, for example, every year we do Prostate Awareness Month, and it's good for somebody, and somebody in the Canyon Village reminds us every year. It's good for us because to have someone remind us if we don't remember, and to do it every year because we'll forget. So I would suggest that it's probably the same resolution every year, like we do with Prostate Awareness Month. And I would just suggest it would be a good thing if we can ask someone to remind us if we don't, and I think most of us will remember. So just a thought, not a big deal.
Okay, so I just had something on item number 7. I wanted to know, in terms of the use of the SB1 funds for fiscal year 21-22, on the chart on page 3, it talks about parkade pedestrian improvements and providing matching funds. And I'm just wondering if you could explain what those are. I mean, they're ADA improvements, but specifically, what are they?
For the SB1 chart, these are past projects we listed. And the reason is that, in essence, we can be reimbursed for future gas funds to market ourselves whole. So the best way to think about it is town can advance funds and they get reimbursed from gas funds, but you can't do that unless you don't keep that project on there. So that's all we're doing.
Okay, I'm sorry. I
keep a running list.
New. Okay.
No new parkade project.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Garrett.
Okay, any other questions or clarifications or edits before we go to public comment? Okay, in that case, Michelle, if you would open the public comment, and this will be for the items on the consent. One of the items has already been pulled from consent, item 6. Otherwise, this is public comment on those items.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Jody Timms has her hands raised, followed by Michael Mcintosh. So Jody, you're unmuted.
Good evening again. I didn't hear clarity. Maybe it was mentioned, but I wasn't sure about LGBTQ and the Pride Month. When the flagpole proposed might be up. I would like to request if there's any way to somewhere place the Pride flag now, whether it's just in the in that glass box or somewhere that really acknowledges that the town does support Pride Month, which started yesterday. So just wanting to make that request and understand a little bit more when there might be a permanent solution. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jody.
The next speaker is Michael Mcintosh, and you're unmuted now.
Thank you. Mayor Ackerman, thank you very much for acknowledgement of the public expenditures on the matter that was cited in closed session. But as I cited with the California Government Code 6250 through 6270, it requires you to disclose what the subject matter was, minus the 3 exceptions for service of process, employee review, or negotiated price, not negotiations, but just price. So if you'd please disclose that, there is a legal precedence for doing so, and there is a legal requirement by the California government codes, and I would appreciate that. Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Your announcement was perfectly fine, and it was adequate and legal. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our town council that was on the line there. Who was at the closed session? Well, thank you, Michael.
I don't see any further comment. I'm not sure if Michael Mcintosh was finished. So I'm unmuting you again, Michael, just in case.
Thank you. I'm sure Janet would like to not have subject matter disclosed, but we live in a world that allows transparency, and that's why we have codes that we follow. And before the town right now, I also have a FOIA outstanding, which I will readdress this week. So we can't say it's too large with COVID, but it's a very simple question as to what the subject matter was. And I appreciate that Janet wants to say nothing, but that is not in the spirit of law. And in this case, it's not within the specific language of the law. I did not ask you for notes or anything else for your private counsel and conversation. I asked you for subject matter, which is a matter to be disclosed upon request. And if you would please review that, Janet, or Mayor Ackerman, if you would please follow the law, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think I did say what the subject matter was, and direction was given to staff on that subject. So that's what we did. It's actually written in the agenda as well. Okay, thank you.
The next speaker is Mark Bell. You're unmuted now. And this is on consent items only, by the way.
Yes.
Right. Well, the problem is that there was a town manager report and there was no open time given. And so I just would like to understand why the town is having to pay for the restriping when the entire project was illegal, even in the words of your transportation expert, Parisi, who did the work. He himself stated that you can't do any work without statistics, and there were no statistics. And so the entire project for the restriping was illegal, and I'd like to know why the town is going to be paying to fix this illegal action when it wasn't the citizens who did it. It was two council members, one council member, one former council member, and the town manager who approved it. That's all I have to say. Oh, and yes, support Michael Mcintosh. I didn't hear any subject as far as this legal action.
Thanks, Mark.
I do not see any other speakers.
Okay, we'll close the public comment on the consent items. And back to council, do we have any further discussion, or we need to decide on that edit to item item 4? Do we leave the year in or take the year out? We could take the year out, but that doesn't preclude us from doing a similar resolution next year. So it could be both.
I would concur that taking the year out is a stronger statement, and I think that's what we're trying to do.
Okay, so I'll make the motion that we approve the consent minus item 6, which has been pulled, and we make the change to the minutes of March 26, 2021, as elaborated on by Councilmember Catrano, and that for item 4, we make the change in removing the year as Councilmember Catrano requested.
I second.
Okay. I can go ahead and do the roll call on this one. Councilmember Catrano?
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler?
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. That's on the consent calendar.
And there's, just for clarity, there's 2 instances of the year 2021 in that.
Okay.
All right, fine.
Yeah, as long as that's clear to to staff when they
Yeah.
the resolution. Okay, I'll check it when it comes around.
And if I could just add, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
just to recommend to staff per the public's request that we try to get the flag up as quickly as possible since we're already in Pride Month.
Definitely.
Thanks.
Yes. Okay. So the next item is a public hearing. This is item 8. This is a public hearing on 63 Spring Lane and appeal, and we'll have a staff report on that. Is that, Linda, are you doing that?
I am, and I'm trying to get my video going again.
It looks very red right now.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Is there something in front of the camera lens?
Oh, maybe. Yeah, okay. There, that's better. All right, but now it's too bright. You can't see me. Okay, hang on. Let me turn off some lights. Sorry about that. I was trying to be able to see my staff report better. Okay. All right, so this is an appeal of 63 Spring Lane. And so at the February 18th, 2021 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission reviewed preliminary architectural plans, geotechnical report, drainage report, civil engineering, grading and drainage plans, and preliminary driveway improvement plans for a proposed 23-foot tall, 3-story, 2,511 square foot, 3-bedroom, 2.5 bathroom, single family residence, and 2-car garage at 63 Spring Lane. The project includes the construction of a private driveway to provide access to the site that also complies with the emergency vehicle turning radius requirements to allow access for the fire trucks. The project was approved by the Planning Commission with a 5-to-1 vote. The project was appealed by the neighbor at 53 Spring Lane. And I'm going to try to address, there were some procedural issues that the neighbor raised, which I'm not going to address. I addressed them in the staff report, but the main construction related appeal items are as follows. The transition from the Spring Lane paved roadway to the driveway entrance to the Spring Lane unpaved right-of-way shows a 2-to-1 grading at some points. Access to the unpaved right-of-way should be equal to or better to the current access. So the town engineer, oh boy, I'm having trouble seeing here because it's so dark. The town engineer indicated that the grade difference between the driveway and the unpaved right-of-way would not represent a significant problem to providing future roadway access. But in light of the neighbor's comments, we have included a condition in the council resolution that requires that they maintain access from their driveway to that unpaved portion of Spring Lane so that cars and pedestrians can transition from their driveway entrance to that unpaved graded roadway portion of Spring Lane. There was also a comment that the easement to the unpaved right-of-way on Spring Lane from the approved variance is blocked by a low retaining wall. I think we've addressed that. The town engineer has reviewed the grade and determined that it will be possible to remove the wall to regrade the area to get from the unimproved portion of Spring Lane right-of-way accessible by fire trucks. So this is referring to the higher transition from the proposed driveway back to the right-of-way. There's two portions of the driveway that the neighbor is concerned about. At the bottom of the driveway that he wants access maintained to the unpaved portion. And then as you drive up the driveway, there's this fire truck staging area. He wants that graded so that the fire trucks can return to the Spring Lane right-of-way. So there's 2 areas which we have included in one of our conditions in your resolution, that those be graded and be accessible as part of the project. They're not going to be paved, but they'll be drivable. Drainage that runs down from one other issue is the drainage that runs down from Spring Lane where the project proposes to drain from a pipe is damaged. And there is the drainage swale that's being referred to runs down Spring Lane in front of the appellant's house. And there is about an approximately 5-foot section that has, the concrete has been broken up. That is a public works issue, and we'll bring it to the attention of the Public Works Department, and it will be added to the capital improvement projects list. But the order that those projects are dealt with is up to the Public Works Director. They made the appellant commented that the drainage plans predated the revised plan submission. And I wanted to just respond to that by saying these are preliminary drainage plans. The town engineer reviewed them, and the issues that the town engineer looks for is that the drainage that normally runs down the hill, any increased velocity to that water and any increased runoff from the roof or any of the driveway or other impervious surfaces, it can't increase the amount of water that naturally flows down to the unimproved portion of Spring Lane. It can't increase the amount of water, and it can't increase the velocity. So the town engineer, it's the normal procedure that he reviews the construction drawings prior to issuance of the building permit. And he is aware of that issue, and he will make sure that the amount of water and the velocity isn't being increased when he reviews the construction plans. Okay, let's see here. Another request of the appellant was that the Planning Commission should review alternatives to the 14 to 15-foot wall at the west corner. So to get the turning radius that's required for the driveway access to accommodate the emergency fire truck access, there will be a 14 to 15-foot wall that is built on the 65 Spring Lane property next door that's already developed. That owner has granted an easement for the driveway construction. They signed the planning application. They signed the plans showing the height of the wall. The town engineer and the Planning Commission reviewed the project that was presented to them. The project applicant's engineers assessed all the different alternatives to comply with that requirement, and they determined that the way it's been proposed is the most efficient way, requiring the least amount of drainage. Your Hill Area Residential Development Ordinance requires that new construction try to minimize grading. So that's the project that was acted on by the applicant. By the Planning Commission. Okay. One other issue in the appeal was that it's unclear how the fire department return to the unpaved Spring Lane right-of-way is viable in the plan documented on sheet A101. The applicants have suggested that the unimproved Spring Lane right-of-way might have to be raised up in the future to meet the grade of the driveway. That there will be grading and fill that has to take place to modify that graded Spring Lane roadway. There's sections that don't meet the slope and portions that don't meet the width requirements. But that will be dealt with by the future owners of the 2 parcels east of this project site, when and if they ever submit an application to build. Right now, the appealed project is taking access off of the improved portion of Spring Lane. The appeal questioned whether the fire department reviewed the revised plans, and I verified with them in person that they did review the plan that is in front of you tonight for the access driveway and approved it. The fire department commented that they would like the transition from the top of the driveway to Spring Lane to be graded, and we've included that as a condition in your resolution to address the fire department and address the appellant's concern. The appellant indicated that the plans show that the unpaved portion of the Spring Lane right-of-way is going to be used for a concrete wash, worker parking, and temporary material storage, and that is shown in the plans. but we've added a condition to your resolution that reads as follows. Use of the unpaved portion of the Spring Lane roadway for storage of construction materials and or employee parking shall be limited to the side nearest the front of the property line of 63 Spring Lane, maintaining at least 10 feet of unobstructed road width to allow access to the properties east of the project site by standard vehicles. We've also clarified condition 7 of the Planning Commission's resolution. And we're recommending that the council resolution include language as follows. Prior to issuance of the building permit, the owners have agreed to provide emergency access across their project site, APN 002-17405, to the 2 parcels to the east, 002-174-03 and 04, for all applicable emergency response and utility agencies and to the town of Fairfax. And so we're recommending that you conduct your public hearing and then you adopt the resolution attached to your staff report upholding the February 18th, 2021 decision of the Planning Commission with the new conditions, with the 2 new conditions and the 1 clarifying condition of the previous Planning Commission conditions, approving application 21-3 for construction of the new single-family residence at 63 Spring Lane. And that would conclude my report, but I'm available to answer questions.
Thank you, Linda. Do we have any questions? Clarifying before we go to comment on that, Renee.
Just to, for disclosure, I believe we all, but I'll speak for myself, we went out to the site to observe with Linda Neal and Planning Director Ben Berto. And so my questions were answered on site.
Barbara?
Yeah, I wanted to disclose that Vice Mayor Hellman and I went out to the site yesterday morning with planner Linda Neal. My questions were answered. I do have one clarifying question, and perhaps I wasn't following. But Linda, I thought you mentioned 2 new conditions. I think there's 3 new conditions. One is an A and B, and then the clarification of condition 7. Is that correct?
You are correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. But anyway, my questions were answered yesterday, except for that new one. Thank you.
And I'll just disclose the same thing. I was able to see the site with Linda and my questions were answered. It's a lot of drawings here, but they made a lot more sense after seeing the site. Thank you.
Since we're doing it, disclose that I went this morning with Councilmember Goddard and Linda and Ben Berto and had plenty of questions answered at that point in time too. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like we're ready to hear public comment. This is a public hearing item. So, Michelle, if you could open the public comment on this.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I wondered if we wanted to hear from the appellant.
Okay. Yeah. That's the person whose hand is up there?
Question, Mayor, do we need to open the public hearing before we hear from the applicant or the appellant?
How do we do that, Michelle? Do we open the public hearing at this point?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so we're opening the public hearing at this point, and we can begin with the appellant speaking.
Yes, and that is Mr. Noel Bowie.
Mm-hmm.
You are unmuted now.
Hi, this is Noel Bowie. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to run through the items and give a little background. I live at 53 Spring Lane. I'm just north and below the proposed project. And I wanted to start with saying that I don't have any objection at all to the people's building their house. We faced the same issue and we went before the town council in 1982. I just wanted to make sure that all the issues were addressed. At the Planning Commission meeting, I was supportive. What surprised me was that the 15-foot retaining wall wasn't real clear from the plans that we had reviewed with the peoples back in September of 2020. So it was a little bit of surprise when we looked at that. So that's just administrative. What concerned me was a lot of the issues were pointed out that these aren't final plans, and final plans will be approved by the planning department when submitted, and a lot of these issues would be addressed by that. When I did talk to them, when I did ask about what if I don't like something that the planning commission does at that point on the final plans, is there an ability to appeal that? And I was told no. So that's why I went ahead and filed the appeal, just as background. On the issue of verifying that the 15-foot retaining wall was the best plan available and that they had reviewed all the plans available, one of the things that was not available at the time was the offer of that little spit of land at the very west corner of our property, which would make that, I thought it might be able to pull that retaining wall down a little with a downhill retaining wall and an uphill retaining wall that wasn't quite as high. I'll leave that to the engineers. I am not an engineer, and it was just a suggestion that Mr. Lazzini, who was the previous owner of 65 Spring Lane, had made when he talked to me about getting access to that lot. So I'll trust that the city engineers are going to take care of that, and that's not an issue. As far as the issue is accessing the road currently was about a 35 to 38 degree slope on the downhill side and about a 25 to 30 degree slope on the uphill side when you access that dirt road onto Spring Lane, the unpaved portion of Spring Lane. And I just wanted to make sure that that was still accessible. In the original plan, there was a 6-inch asphalt curb that blocked access. The Peoples did agree to remove that when we met with them. But it also showed a 2-to-1 grading at different portions of that access. And 2-to-1 makes it a little bit inaccessible, but the town planner said that they would address that as part of the final plans again. And I will trust that that happens as they suggested. I do want to point out that the driveway starts on the improved portion of Spring Lane, but it also uses about 15 feet of the unpaved portion of Spring Lane. So that will be on both the unpaved and the paved portions. So it sounded like people weren't quite sure that the corners of the property aren't marked, or at least I couldn't find markers. So I don't know exactly where the lot ends. But Linda advised me in a meeting with her that the corners would at some point be marked and we'd be able to see where that front property line is. So thank you for that. As far as the easement to use property or to use that driveway for emergency vehicles, I don't think we need it for utilities. That would be our responsibility on the unpaved portion of the road. But we do need to have the access to that road. The problem is the previous owner of 65 Spring Lane, Mr. Lazzini, or his nephew, gave an easement to the Peoples to use that. It's unclear to me whether I need to procure the easement or if it's just since they have the easement, since the Peoples have the easement, if they give us the easement that's called for in the conditions of the resolution, does that take care of it? There's nothing that precludes use of future access of the project site. It says in the response here, does that mean we don't need to do anything? Just get the easement from the Peoples and move forward? Or do we have to go to Jeremy and talk to him about it too? On the drainage topic, my concern was that
I should have.
You're
Go ahead.
going to comment on that? No, you're muted now.
I was just going to say that I should have touched. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I was just going to say that in the staff report, I did cover that because the Peoples have agreed to create the easement over their land and driveway to provide access, but anyone building further to the east will have to negotiate with 65 Spring Lane if they're going to use that portion of the driveway.
and what if they say no?
Is that, you're muted now.
then you will have to analyze. You'll have to. I'm muted now. Okay.
Yeah, you're good. We can hear you. No, we could hear you before. Now you're muted. You're muted now. We can't hear you.
Linda, unmute.
There we go. I guess I wasn't hitting my computer.
All right, there we go.
No. So you will either you'll have to get an equal easement from 65 Spring Lane, or your son's engineers will have to analyze that whole situation, talk with the fire department, and see if there's a way for you to get the fire truck access.
That kind of makes it.
It may require.
It makes it a Trojan horse. If they give us an easement, it doesn't do any good because we can't get to it.
But their driveway isn't blocked. Their driveway isn't blocking access over the public roadway easement for regular vehicles to get to the sites. So it's actually a problem created by that 1916 subdivision, right? The town doesn't have the legal right to force the neighbor at 65 to grant subsequent easements. That's a civil matter between future developers of the sites to the east and that owner of 65 Spring Lane. If you determine that that's the only way to get the fire department turning radius, you have to deal with the fire department and the engineers.
That's not a condition that's being changed by the 63 Spring Lane building, right? This is an existing condition.
Yeah, the town, I don't know if the town attorney, or I don't know, perhaps the applicant's attorney or the town attorney want to address the town's ability to force the other neighbor at 65 to grant subsequent easements to other properties when this project isn't blocking. They're not blocking access. They're leaving the public roadway easement open, and their driveway doesn't block that access in any way.
And
they
if
don't
I could
really have any
interject,
legal ability. I don't believe they have.
No, if I may, no, that will come up in subsequent developments. If and when they come in with an application for development, it'll be addressed at that point. It's premature to try to speculate right now as to whether or not other means of access can be achieved.
Yeah. All right. The last issue I wanted to address was, or actually two more. One was the width of the road there. And I don't know where the property line is because it's not marked, but the 10-foot width is fine as long as it's a usable 10 feet. And it would need to be moved to the uphill side because the current road there along the line is about 13 to 14 feet wide. So that kind of limits what can be done. I'm sure after the grading is done, it'll be wider. I just don't know what that looks like or where the property line actually is. And then on the drainage, the reason we had a concern is when, and I'm sure the drainage plan is going to address this. I'm going to trust the engineers, but I wanted to put the town on notice that when water comes off that dirt road, it washes gravel and dirt down and it clogs at that place where the concrete is washed away. It then drives water over to the property at 54 Spring Lane across the street, Dave's house. And my concern is that they're going to catch water from retaining walls, roofs. The water typically would soak into the ground and wouldn't really be runoff, except where I sent the video to the town. Showed it falling right where that worn out place was. And with the additional water, there's a holding tank of some kind or a holding pipe. The water coming off the driveway, the water that's going to drain through the pipe onto that trough through the paved road that they're putting in is going to be much more water than was there before. I'm sure it'll be better because the gravel won't be washing out like it was before. But I just wanted to make the town aware that that was an issue, and Dave across the street had concerns. I end up cleaning out the clean out at my driveway after pretty much every major storm. So that's it for me. Good luck to the people building their place. I'm all for it. We had the same experience when we applied in 1982.
Okay, well, thank you, Noel. So we can continue with public comment or with public hearing for anything else that anybody else that wants to comment on this item.
Okay, I see one more hand raised, and that is Frank Egger. You are now unmuted to speak.
Thank you. Frank Egger, Meadow Way.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Very good. This application ignores the impacts of future developments on the unimproved section of Spring Lane. Those issues have not been properly addressed. At the Planning Commission meeting, I commented the town code requires 65 feet of frontage on a public street. I was advised that there was 65 feet of frontage on a public street. I've since gone up and looked at the site. The public street must be improved and paved and have drainage. That's basically a dirt road up there, and it does not meet the purpose and intent of the code that requires a frontage on a public street. It's just an old fire road. It's unpaved. There is an old log retaining structure holding up the road, and that won't hold the weight of a fire engine. It looks like it's collapsing now. That, if in fact that's a public street, Fairfax is responsible then for that public street. The reason Fairfax passed that code section was to provide safe access for our fire department rigs, police, and paramedic ambulances. It's about public safety. That so-called roadway must meet the town code of 20 feet wide of pavement. There are another 4 or so lots to the east of this one that will access their properties on that dirt road with a failing log retaining structure. The property was originally part of the Liaison estate. In 2005, there was a massive slide that came from the top of that property and blew through the Liaison home. There were a number of us up there that morning, New Year's Day morning, trying to help with that mess up there. As proposed, this is not a legal building site, as it does not meet the purpose and intent of codes requiring 20 feet of pavement on a public street. It has no drainage proposed that is clear, and the width does not, and the frontage of the street the frontage of the property does not have 65 feet of real frontage on a public street. I would urge you to continue this and to get additional information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
The next speaker is Stacy Peoples, followed by Thompson Studio Architects. Stacy, you're unmuted now.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for giving us an opportunity to talk. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi. Thank you. Thank you. First, I really want to thank Linda Neal and the staff. We have been working with them over a year and a half on this project. There are so many layers. I think everyone has already been out to the property, as everyone mentioned. Once they got there and they really were able to see the property and all of the challenges, a lot of your questions were answered. The staff, they worked really hard with us to make sure we were compliant with all the regulations required by the municipalities. So thank you. We also are very confident, and we feel that we've assembled a great team to help us design a house. They did an outstanding job. We are working with minimal impacts to the environment as well as to the neighborhood. We feel with this project, actually, we are creating fire and life improvement for Spring Lane. By this, we are allowing a fire apparatus accessibility up into the neighborhood as well as our property. With that being said, if we were not doing this, the properties beyond us would not be developable. So we feel that we are creating additional safeties for the neighborhood and for the community. Thank you. Do you have anything, John?
Okay.
We're good. I would like to, Thompson that you had on the other end, Thompson Architects, Doug Thompson, he is the architect on this project. He knows it very well. He's done a great job. And I will mute myself and let you take it on.
Okay, thank you, Stacy.
Okay, so I am unmuting Thompson Studio Architects.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Doug Thompson. I'm the architect for the project. I just wanted to clarify a few items that may be clear to you guys, but I'm just going to kind of go over them anyway. The retaining wall, it really only reaches that tall height of 14 and change at one spot. As you know, it's curving and it's reaching into the hillside. So it starts out at 2 feet. And as you curve the driveway up, it goes into the hillside. So the wall climbs up and up and up. And then as you come out of the curve and start to getting up to where the fire truck's going to park, it drops down to a 2-foot wall. So it's a curving wall that goes up into the hill and comes back down, only reaches that height, that one spot. There are actually elevations in the 3 series in the drawing set that illustrates that, and I will direct you to the exact drawing on that. Give me a second. I think it's 3.5 maybe. Yes, a 3.5. So that's a drawing of the site wall where I've kind of flattened that wall out. So it shows it starting at 2 feet and moving up. And that wall is going to be black painted steel, wide flange sections with pressure treated timbers going around it. You know, the reason that part of the reason it's oriented the way it is on the site, and this can probably be best seen on drawing A1.2. No, make that A1.1. A1.1. That's the one that kind of shows where the fire truck parks. So we designed that so that the fire truck could come and if it came up to serve any need up on Spring Lane, it could come, it could turn in there, and it could literally back onto Spring Lane and leave. Right now, a large fire truck wouldn't even go up there because it gets up there and they would have no way to back out of Spring Lane. So as Stacy mentioned, this project actually adds a big benefit to the neighborhood. Then to address the issues about transitions, we will we've designed the driveway in such a way that upon a future project being built down the Spring Lane, that driveway, the fire apparatus access can be extended out into the right of way. And you'll see that how that works on C7. What we're going to be doing now with the added conditions is making sure that a fire truck can travel out onto the unimproved right of way and go down that right of way with the grading and all will accommodate that, and we'll make sure that happens. Talked it over with the civil engineer. We're just, we've got plenty of spoils that we're excavating for part of the project, so there'll be plenty of material to grade that, and we're going to show how the grading works down at the bottom to make that transition.
The other comment I wanted to make, so the new condition B, the one that talks about maintaining the 10-foot width for access, maybe consider a slight modification on the language. The language says to keep the staging tight to the people's property line. And it might be, as Mr. Bowie mentioned, that the best place for travel right now on that is actually tight to the people's property line. I would like just a little bit of flexibility as the construction occurs, and this can be worked out with the city engineer and public works, that it may be better to keep the access closer to the property line and stage on the other side of that. I think that might be more practical for everybody. And just to let you guys know, I'm available to answer any questions that are more technical and design if that's needed.
Thank you. We might be back. Linda, did you capture the what Mr. Thompson, I believe his name was just speaking of with regard to?
I did, and I think.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. Don't touch any knobs.
Okay, great. Sorry. Yeah, I think we can modify the suggested condition 2 to say use of the unpaved portion of the Spring Lane roadway for storage of construction materials and or employee parking shall be limited to maintaining at least a 10 feet of unobstructed road width to allow access to the properties east of the project site by standard vehicles, and leave it up to the building official who approves the construction management plan to figure out with the buoys and the peoples where that 10 feet of open area is going to be.
Makes sense. Okay.
Whether it's on whether it's on the people's side or whether it's on the
yeah.
other side.
Okay. Sounds good.
Does that make sense?
We still have hands up.
Yes,
so,
we do.
Michelle, yeah.
Okay. The next speaker is Deborah Benson. Deborah, you're unmuted.
Thank you, Michelle. I would like to echo a statement I heard in the Planning Commission meeting by one of our Planning Commission members. Why do we have a zoning code if we don't follow it? And listening to Frank's statement about the 65 feet of frontage, there are a lot of lots. There are many lots in town right now that are being developed that have been laying dormant for many, many years because building on them would not comply with our zoning ordinances. And there are a lot of variances being given. And neighbors who are upset at these variances. And I would just like to say that I think we need to follow our zoning code, no ill will towards the applicants. But I really think we need to hold back on giving these variances because there's a lot of effect that we're not really looking at. So thank you. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Deborah.
Mr. Mayor, it looks like there are no more comments from the public. The only people we have left with hands up are the appellant and the applicant.
Okay. And given that it's a public hearing, I think it would be appropriate to ask if either of them have anything further to say at this point.
Okay. I'll start with Mr. Bowie because I think his hand just came up. All right. You are unmuted now.
To address Mr. Ager's comments, it's one of the questions I asked Linda Neal in one of our meetings, was that did the unimproved paved road have to be completed? Actually, Frank was one of the Planning Commission members or Town Council members who denied us our first set of plans. And the ruling was that we would have to pave that whole dirt road along our frontage, which was about 300 feet at the time. So we went with a paved spring load access. So I'm curious, Linda, based on what Mr. Egger said, is there a requirement that that road be paved? You had told me that there wasn't. I'm just curious.
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
You're muted now. Linda? You.
can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, so we have a subdivision ordinance that refers to if you're subdividing unsubdivided land, right? That says that parcels that you're creating shall have a minimum frontage of 65 feet on a street. This parcel was legally created and it does have frontage on a street easement. It's just not an improved street easement. They have found a way to access their parcel from the existing improved Spring Lane right-of-way. They have frontage on a public street. They're getting access from the existing street. So no, there's no variances being required here. They're not asking for any exceptions. It's an existing lot that has 65 feet on an unimproved portion of the roadway. It's a legal lot, legally created in 1916, and they are accessing it and providing fire access from the improved portion of Spring Lane. It's right at an intersection. It's like a T where improved Spring Lane goes off to the right and the unimproved portion goes off to the left.
Okay.
So I don't find anything in our subdivision ordinance that says that when you're trying to develop a house, you have to pave any public right of way that runs along your property frontage. I don't find any condition like that. And there's no variances being requested. That's how I would respond to that.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Bowie, does that answer your question?
Well, no, there is variance for the retaining wall, the way it's constructed.
Yeah.
So there is variance being granted to make this happen. And they are using part of the unimproved right-of-way as part of their driveway or as part of that turn radius. So I just put that in for consideration. I don't think anything's going to change, and that may be the best way to do it. But I did offer that 20 to 25 feet on that west corner of the lot. I don't think that was considered as one of the alternatives because nobody offered or asked about it when the plans were being done. I still thought they were going to use the unpaved portion of the road up until the actual planning commission meeting, which we saw 3 days before the meeting.
Linda, you're muted. Still muted. There we go.
Okay. Yeah. So this driveway is like almost all the driveways on Spring Lane that are on the upslope side. A portion of the driveway goes into the unimproved portions of the roadway easement to connect up to the paved road. Front property lines rarely go right down to the edge of the paved road. So I don't see this as being different than, it's right at the T of the road. So it crosses in front of, you know, the turn onto the unpaved portion. But it just goes from their property to the edge of the paved portion of Spring Lane.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if we could just take the public comments and then close the public portion, and we'll have comments from staff afterward. That would be a better procedure, I think.
Okay. All right. So we still have two more hands up. The Stacy Peoples and the architect again. Should we go ahead and listen to them and then come back to
Yes,
You recommend?
yes,
Okay.
that's what I recommend, yes.
All right, Michelle, if you would.
Okay, sure. I'll start with Stacy. You are unmuted now.
Sorry, I didn't know my hand was up.
It might have been never lowered from
It might have just still been up.
Yeah. Once again, I just want to thank everybody for, working this through. We feel that we have evaluated every different option for this driveway, and it has always been constructed with the mind of getting the fire apparatus there and the turning radius of the fire apparatus. That's why bringing it down lower was never an option that we didn't entertain, just as we had our engineers work on what was possible to get the turning apparatus in. So thank you. I'm going to turn it over to the architect so that he can elaborate on that.
Thank you.
Okay, and the architect, you are now unmuted.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And I did want to clarify a little bit about that radius some more. So we actually looked at multiple options, hammerheads and a turning radius at the end of Spring Lane. There's a minimum and a minimum and a maximum radius that you work with for the fire apparatus. 27 foot is the minimum radius, and you'll see that on A1.1. What happens if you try to move it into the part of Mr. Bowie's property that he was suggesting we look at, is the entry point on the radius starts to go further down Spring Lane. So your starting point on the radius gets lower, and it's pushing that cut, that inside of the radius, further into the hill. So there's a steeper climb to get out of that up on to the unimproved right of way. It created more problems than it solved, and we looked at moving it. We looked at moving it further to the left, maybe talk to the neighbor across the street. But however, they actually are built very tight to their property line, so that wasn't an option. We really looked at a lot of options, and this was a challenging driveway to develop. And I think this is probably about the only solution that works. The other ones create more problems than they solve.
Mhm.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay, so if we have no further public comment, right, Michelle?
I do not see any, if you would like to close the.
Okay, so we'll
public
close
hearing.
the public hearing and come back to the council and staff to continue to discuss this. Council members, do we have any questions? Linda, do you have any further comments? Chance?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had two quick questions. I'm sure they could be answered by Linda or the Thompson studios as well. But just wanted to clarify for those watching, and also given the public comment about two issues raised by Mr. Edgar. The first, slides in the area. I believe that while slides occurred on Mr. Lazzini's parcel, the 65, that this parcel there were boring tests done, and it's found that different soil stability in this particular lot, and that it actually does not have those same issues being prone to slides. Just wanted to confirm that. And then the other being related to drainage, just clarifying again that this does have a drainage plan that has a large runoff retention facility to the west of the house, as well as a collection facility halfway down the driveway. So there are ways that are going to create, as you mentioned earlier, Linda, that sort of no net velocity or flow of water off of this parcel, correct?
No net increase.
No net increase. Yeah.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay.
Thanks for bringing
You're
that.
correct on both those
Yeah.
instances. And can you hear me?
Yeah.
Nope.
Now we can.
Now we can.
You're muted. Stop touching your computer.
Okay. I know, but okay. So you are correct on both those instances. The spoils report did test borings and test sample, analysis, and the report was reviewed by our town engineer, whose job is to protect the town's interests. And so they agreed that this is not an unstable slope. And your other, I'm sorry, I lost your other statement.
Retention.
Yeah, it was about the collection facility. Yeah.
Yes. It's a requirement now that that new construction make sure there's no net increase in water flow or water velocity for new projects. So they created a preliminary drainage plan that our town engineer reviewed and verified that will keep the water, not increasing in velocity and not increasing in an amount released below the site. And the final drainage plan will be reviewed and approved by the town engineer prior to issuance of the building permit to make sure that those features are more detailed and will actually make sure it won't happen, it won't increase drainage issues.
Thanks, Jens. Any other questions or clarifications? And then okay, shall we have a motion? So what we're looking at here is some modifications that staff has already proposed, plus one more clarification that Linda stated after the comment on giving a little more flexibility about where the staging of the materials is.
So I'd be happy to make the motion to adopt the attached resolution with the change indicated on page 4 under the whereas number 2, where it should say use of the unpaved portion of the Spring Lane roadway for storage of construction materials and or employee parking shall be limited, maintaining at least 10 feet of unobstructed road width to allow access to the properties east of the project site by standard vehicles. And, oh, wait a minute, somehow I'm on the wrong page. Upholding the February 18, 2021 decision of the Planning Commission with 2 new conditions. And one of those conditions had 2 parts, and 1 clarification of a previous Planning Commission condition approving application number 21-03 for construction of a new single-family residence at 63 Spring Lane.
That was awesome. Do we have a second?
May I interrupt between the first and the second? Not to friendly amend, but I just want to express gratitude for the process that's taken place here, and especially listening to Mr. Bowie, to the appellant, who, with offers of creative use of part of his property in order to, work with height and the retaining wall and making this possible. It sounds like it was pretty collaborative in the sense that often appeals are not. And I think the improvements to the street and to the potential future developers up the road are, obviously a great benefit. And just to have that fire access at this point is as valuable an asset as we have in our town when we can make these things happen, because often these roads, as we all know, don't have that ability to have fire apparatus access them. So I'm grateful to staff as well for incredibly diligent, long, hard work on this. I do hope that all parties will be satisfied and that there will be peace on the block, and just want to thank you all for a very civil process.
Well
You want a second?
And I'll second.
Good. Michelle, would you like to take a roll call?
Yes, I would, Mayor. Thank you. Councilmember Cutrano,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Oh, is that me? I didn't hear you. I'm
Right.
sorry, my papers all fell on the floor. Yes.
okay. Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
and Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
All ayes, motion passes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody. And as Renee said, thank you for your cooperation on the block. All right.
Mayor, could we take a quick 5-minute break before we start item 9?
That we could do that, yeah. So it's 9:01 right now. How about we come back at, make it just a little longer, 9:08? 7 minutes? All right. Okay. We've got, yeah, it looks like we're all here. All right. So resuming, let's get on to item number 9. And can we have a staff report on that?
Okay.
That's Linda. Yay.
Okay, so from 1982 to 2002, the zoning ordinance required that alterations and additions to structures in the commercial zones, multiple family residential apartment zones, and planned development districts, changes in the exterior color of structures in those zones, or the alteration of significant design elements which are a part of the buildings, obtain prior approval of a design review permit by the Design Review Board, which has now become your plan. That task has been given to your Planning Commission. That changed in February of 2002 when the council adopted an ordinance to require design review for new residential projects constituting 50% remodels and new structures in various residential zones. Rather than adding that language to the design review section, the codification company put it in and removed the requirement that exterior color changes in the commercial zones and significant exterior design alterations require design review approval in the commercial zones, the planned development districts, and the multiple family residential districts. That came to the Planning Commission's attention in February of 2021 when they were reviewing a proposed new facade for the building at 48 to 52 Bolinas Road. They were proposing a black and gray exterior color palette right next to 2 other buildings that already have black and gray exterior color palettes. That's when it came to the Planning Commission's attention that section had inadvertently been removed, and they directed staff to prepare an ordinance to reinsert the accidentally removed language into the code. So that's what we have done. The commission asked for some changes to the ordinance to make it clear that the new zoning sections for single family residences, which are the UR7 and the UR10 zones, be included as areas where this requirement for a design review permit not be required for exterior changes and significant design alterations. They also expressed concern that the use of the word significant in the original code language might require some more clarification so that citizens using the code would be able to clearly understand what significant meant. So we've drafted an ordinance and the Planning Commission recommended that you approve it. One of the council members noted that your resolution that's attached to the staff report needs further clarification because the 3rd and 4th whereases, while it refers to commercially developed properties, it doesn't include language about it also pertaining to the the multiple family residential zones. And so we're recommending that in the 2nd whereas, it read whereas exterior color and structural design components of the commercial buildings create and maintain the small town character and historical nature of the commercially developed and the multiple family residentially zoned properties, including but not limited to those along Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, Broadway, Bolinas, and Center Boulevard. And we're recommending that that same clarification be inserted in the last sentence of the fourth whereas. I'm sorry. Yeah, the fourth whereas. So it will read, exterior color changes as significant exterior design element changes is essential to maintaining the diversity and the unique character of the commercial areas and multiple family residentially zoned properties. So we're recommending that change, or that additional language be inserted into your resolution. And we're recommending that you do the first reading of the ordinance.
Okay. Barbara?
Yeah, so I'm the one who actually asked for those changes, but one thing that I don't think was included in those changes was, so along with commercial multifamily is we also are adding it to planned development district and senior development districts. So to me, to be crystal clear, they all should be in there. And when we spoke today, you spoke about actually putting it into the code part as well. And I'm just wondering, because we wanted to make sure that when people are reading the code, they know what we're talking about. I had to look up all those code sections to figure out what was exempt. And then, so I think it's sort of a good way to make it clear to people what they're subjected to. I think it's a good thing. So I just wanted to ask that clarifying question, if that was something you intended to do, or.
Well, so I thought about this, and the town manager pointed out that I originally thought that it would be best to list all the zones in the actual code language. But the town manager pointed out that just listing the zones that it pertains to at the end, while also listing the zones that it does not pertain to, is kind of redundant and might be confusing. So I think that for users, it would be easier to actually, I was trying to keep the ordinance as close to the original ordinance that was removed as possible, but I'm thinking that it might be clearer if in the language, if you look at page 2 on your report, if you actually, instead of saying changes in the exterior color of a structure or the alteration of significant design element, which is a part of the design of the building in all zones except RD, it might be clearer to just say, will apply to buildings in all the commercial zones and then and multiple family residential zones, and then list limited commercial, highway commercial, central commercial, service commercial, recreation commercial, multiple family residential, and then the senior multiple family residential. Then it's telling you which zones it applies to.
Okay, just one addition to that. Doesn't it also, if I like that, but I think you may have missed planned development district. Which,
I did, thank you. Yes, in the
so I would add that, and I think that will be much more clear to folks than.
I think so too.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Renee.
So I have some changes that I would like to suggest, but I'm going to keep it to the one question that I have, and then should we come back after public comment?
Okay.
For that. So just a general planning commission question for Linda is, so what are the criteria that the design review board or the planning commission considers when they're issuing or denying or approving a color choice?
Oh, the criteria are listed in the design review section, and there's quite a few of them. Did you want me to just read a few to you?
Just a few. Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't look that up.
No, that's okay. I have it right here.
Color is interesting in that it's so subjective, and I wanted to thank you for that article you included in our staff report. And for the public, Linda found an article called "How San Francisco Lost Its Color" by Annie Weinstein. which
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
people should look up. I wish we had a chat option and I would put it in there, but fantastic way of looking at how colors are chosen and the importance.
Yeah, so
That was interesting too.
some of the design review criteria are the proposed development shall create a well-composed design harmoniously related to other facilities in the immediate area and to the total setting as seen from the hills and other key vantage points in the community. Only elements of design which have a significant relationship to the exterior appearance of structures and facilities shall be considered. These elements may include height, arrangement on the site, texture, material, color, signs, landscaping, and appurtenances. The proposed development shall be of a quality and character appropriate to and serving to protect the value of private and public investments in the immediate area. So it goes on. I mean,
yeah, Linda, thank you. I maybe I didn't clarify. I was just really thinking more specifically about color because it's so subjective.
yeah. So I don't think the ordinance is like honing in on a specific color. It's just that the color scheme of the commercial buildings and the planned development buildings and the multiple family large apartment buildings, you know, how they relate to the adjacent structures can really visually affect the appearance of the whole block along the street. If they don't complement each other, or for instance, as was happening at the corner of Elsie and Bolinas, we were going to have 3 buildings in a row that were all gray and black. And it's a phenomenon that's kind of occurring all over the United States. If you go in and start looking up the graying of America, you'll find other articles. It's happening everywhere. The gray and black combination and white and gray and black is seen to be crisp and like it entices younger tenants and stuff. It's kind of a fascinating thing, and it's happening to the painted ladies in San Francisco. The people, the real estate agents and the owners that want to sell their houses are going to gray and black, and so it's a phenomenon that's happening. And we have a lot of other gray and black buildings that have occurred since the ordinance was eliminated. And we have no ability to say, maybe this is too many gray and black buildings in a row. And I know, so that's
okay.
The Planning Commission shared that concern when they had the 3 buildings in a row that were going to be gray and black.
I do remember that there was quite an uproar when one of, well, I'll say when Bliss came in and it was that blue that
Right.
people found offensive. And then when Cafe Lotus did pink, there was also a lot of talk. So it's interesting that now we're dealing with this in order to protect from too much gray.
Yes.
Chance?
Yeah, and as an extension of that question, just clarifying that, you know, this isn't to say to businesses or to folks that are looking to, you know, paint or renovate within these districts or these zones. This isn't to say that, you know, it's just outright a ban on any particular
That's right.
set of colors over and over. It's just creating, you know, adding language back in that creates triggers some sort of review process for
Right.
color selection. So that's
right.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was also clear and that it wasn't like, you know, overstepping in some way either.
Yeah, and so the design review, because there aren't findings for approval, you know, for these color changes, it's generally been kind of a collaborative process. Like the Planning Commission and the Design Review Board don't just deny you if you propose a color they don't like. They continue it and they say, please come back with some, you know, alterations or make the colors lighter or brighter. And so it's just working, you know, with the applicants to try to get a nice streetscape where it looks, you know, nice. It's not trying to dictate any specific color or ban any specific colors. That wasn't the intent.
Any other questions before we go to public comment on this item? Okay, and just a second while this is a public hearing, so Michelle, if you would open the public hearing, please. I think I got that language right.
Well, you could open the public hearing and then I'll call on the speaker.
I'll open the public hearing, and if you can call on the people who wish to speak. Thanks.
Thank you. I see one hand raised right now, and that is Frank Egger. And you are unmuted, Frank.
Thank you, Michelle. Frank Egger, Meadoway. Unfortunately, ordinances and town codes have disappeared from the actual town code itself. The reason this item is even before you is because the codification company removed the color review requirement from the town code. The town council did not purposely remove that requirement. So someone's changing your town code on you, and it's not you. And I don't mean you personally, but it's not the town making these changes. A few months ago, I'll give you a couple of examples. A few months ago, the Planning Commission approved a new house in the Outer Cascades in the 500 block. An ordinance was adopted in 1974 that banned new projects on septic tanks. There were issues with failing septic tanks along creek areas. And it was a 4-1 vote. I actually voted against that ordinance that banned septic tanks in 1974. Then Council Member Randy Garrison sponsored the ban on new septic tanks, and he lived out there in the Cascades and experienced, leaking septic tanks. When the house on Cascade Drive came before the commission, the ordinance banning septic tanks was no longer in the town code. It had been replaced by the original sewer hookup code that said if you're within 400 feet of a sewer, you have to hook up. So when the new house on Outer Cascade was approved at the end of last year, it was the first time Fairfax approved a new project on a septic tank in 46 years. Also in 1984, Fairfax merged over 1,000 lots that did not meet 1973 town code lot size requirements. I believe we merged Hal Lazzini's lots up there, one of which was before you this evening. When I left the town council in 2005, the assessor's parcel map book from 1984 showing all 1,000 plus merged parcels was in the town safe. I don't know if that assessor's parcel book is still in there, but whenever there's an empty lot in town, the town staff should take that assessor's parcel book out from 1984 to make sure that the lot is a buildable lot and that it was not legally merged in 1984. Anyway, I know there's not a lot of historic, information down there at Town Hall anymore, but from time to time, I just try to bring things to your attention that I think you should be aware of. And this is simply correcting a mistake that wasn't made by you or the town. It was made by the codification company. They did it on their own. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank.
The next speaker is Deborah Benson, followed by Patrice. Deborah, you're unmuted now.
Thank you, Michelle. Frank just answered a question I was going to ask you. I'm really happy to know that this is design review element is being brought back to the town. And I thank Linda, and I thank Ben, and I thank the Planning Commission. I was going to ask how accidental pieces of code were removed, but Frank just answered that. So I would like to ask you in this ordinance to include sidewalks as well as color and painting, where we, in the old design review ordinance, we had washed aggregate as part of our requirements on sidewalks. And now we have kind of a PG&E patchwork that's not very attractive. So if it's possible to include that in this historic reintroduction of design review in the power of the town, it would be great. So thank you for hearing me. That's all I have to say.
Thanks, Deborah.
The next speaker is Patrice, and you're unmuted now. You may have to unmute yourself.
Now can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So I moved from San Francisco to Fairfax 2.5 years ago because Fairfax has a quirkiness and a quality of life that I really enjoy. And San Francisco had started going to what people have referred to as the black and gray look. We lost the painted ladies. They're still there, but they're on the breaking point. And it was nice coming here and seeing different kinds of structures, different kinds of people. And I feel that if we don't save that, it's gonna go away. I mean, I love eating at Stillwater. Stillwater looks like another place in San Francisco that looks like every other place in San Francisco. And I think that there should be, I lived in Bernal Heights in San Francisco. We had a gentleman who's about 87 years old who ran our development and planning, and he made sure that everything fit. And I would like to see something like that here so that we don't lose the character of Fairfax. Thank you.
Thanks, Patrice.
I do not see any more hands raised, Mayor. You want to
Okay.
close the public
So
hearing?
we'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council. Do we have any discussion on any of those? Yes, Renee.
Yeah, if you all will indulge me, I have been in conversation with, and I'll just put this out there because I know that the Res J also met with Shelley Hamilton, who's a former planning commissioner who works in equity, and she works for Marin Promise, and she has a lot of experience in reading documents. And she presented to the Res J about some of our codified language and some of the descriptive words that we use in town about our town character and what that actually signifies. And I know that she presented and that there will be some work put into the review of the general plan and some of that language. I know she's done an extensive amount of work already, but since we're looking at this ordinance, and in the very first page of the ordinance, I highlighted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times when we talk about the small town character of Fairfax. And I would like to request of council with a brief explanation that the use of this language, and this is according to Richard Rothman, who wrote The Color of Law, which really calls out exclusionary zoning and some of how we got to where we got in being the most racially inequitable and redlined, if you will, county, and that the use of this vague subjective language and terms were really used to exclude, and they were based in racism. And so she has proposed some things that I think will not be arduous, but in this context, I have made some notes that if we could, and I'll try to do this very painlessly, you might consider my suggestions. So if you look at attachment A, which is our ordinance, on the first page, on the directly right after the third whereas, whereas the exterior color and structural design components of the commercial buildings create and maintain the small town character and historical nature and so forth. If we might make the change, whereas the exterior color and structural design components of the commercial buildings create and maintain an experience unique to Fairfax that is reflective of the historic nature of the commercially developed properties, including but not limited to, and so forth. That's the first one, and there are only a couple more. So the next whereas being able to guide development, restoration, and improvements to the existing structures to maintain the historic small town character of the downtown, I would propose that we would change that to maintain the historic small scale of the built infrastructure of the downtown, and then incorporating into the design review process the design elements essential to maintaining the diversity and unique characteristics of the buildings in the commercial areas. I didn't know a better way to do this, but I can submit these if we're able to. And there's one other massive issue, and that is that in all of our land use element, all of the goals, for instance, if you go to number 1, land use element goal LU-7 is to preserve community and neighborhood character. The next is to preserve and enhance the community's small town scale and character. The next is the village character of the town center. And what I might propose is that instead that we just list the land use element goals by number, instead of adding all of that language in order to then, because our ordinances will not be touched with what Shelley brings to us and proposes that we do. It will just be the general plan. So since we're doing this, and it is so essentially about our downtown and our neighborhoods, our residential streets, neighborhoods, I would like to incorporate these changes and hope that we'll do this moving forward.
Can I comment on that? So I really appreciate you raising that. I was going to mention that as well. And just for clarification, Shelley presented to the Town Policy and Economic Programs Subcommittee. I don't believe which is a, that's not, those meetings are not public. That's a subcommittee meeting. I don't believe she presented to the full ResJ committee. And she did an exhaustive effort on our whole general plan and identified over 73 instances of the use of the word character in different contexts, and then provided possible alternatives. So Renee, I don't know if you have that alternatives list, but I'm looking at it right here. And I know that you provided some substitute language, but I think in some cases it could be even a simpler swap with the word aesthetic.
Mm-hmm. These were actually her words. We worked on this together, but okay. I hear you and agree that the consistency throughout is important, is most important.
Yeah.
I don't know that we can do this and move through with the first reading unless we take way too much time. So I don't know if, Mayor, I'm not sure how you feel about allowing us to work this in.
Well, the question would be whether we want to, Linda, let me ask you how you feel about it. Can you, if we go through these, Renee was suggesting at the bottom of page 1 of attachment A that we just take out the titles of the items. That would be, if we agree to do that, that doesn't take much to record, but then the others, we just need to get the wording right. We do have more things on the agenda, so should we work on this tonight or should we continue it and come back to it?
Garrett has an idea.
You're muted again.
Right. So all you have to do is, the majority of the council want to do this, you would just make a motion adopting the ordinance with the changes as proposed by Councilmember Goddard. I think we get the gist. She said it, she could give us it, whatever she said. The land use part, you're not changing the land use, you're just not putting what it says. Right. That's fine. Quite simple. What will happen is, this is the first reading, but when it comes back to you for the second reading, you can't make any changes. Right. because then it'll become.
So you're saying that we could adopt it, saying that we understand the gist of these, and it's going to go back to the work that Shelley did, and do some of these changes consistent with that.
Well,
and
you would. Well,
if I may,
I think okay. Yeah, Janet, and I was going to clarify. You're going off of what the comments Councilmember Goddard said. You're not saying go back and wordsmith everything else. That wasn't my understanding. My understanding was Councilmember Goddard laid out specific changes to the, lack of a better term, the small town character, revising that in 2 instances and eliminating it from land use. If you're saying we want to go back and read wordsmith all the whereases based on something, then yes, so we would need to take this back and bring it back to you another time.
Yeah, no, I meant those changes, but we just hadn't got the wording completed on them. Janet, what were you going to say?
So what I was going to say is we have to have a definitive enough understanding. It has to be stated so that we can all understand what it is you're introducing. And what I heard from Renee on the first 2 whereases, I think we got that. I think that's not of concern. I'm a little bit unclear about the changes to this section. I'm pulling it up here. I guess it's in the whereas section at the bottom of the first page of the ordinance, where we say land use element goal LU7, and then we give the title of that land use element goal at LU7. And Renee is proposing we not give the title of that. And that's fine. We always do put the title in there so as to explain to anybody reading the ordinance, well, what was LU7 at the time that ordinance was introduced and adopted? It was preserve community and neighborhood character. And if that's an issue, obviously you can't change the land use element tonight or quickly. And so that's a bigger process. And so if you just want to say land use element goal LU7, you can do that. It's just that it's a fact that that's what it says right now. And we want to make sure that we are talking about LU7 and LU7.1, et cetera, and that everybody who reads this ordinance will know which ones we're talking about. So that's my only concern on that part of it.
Thanks, Janet. And so this is where I was also struggling, only because I know that what Shelley is doing is proposing these consistently throughout plan as we do our update. And land use, well, we're not actually, the land use element is not being updated. So I guess what I should ask you is, what is your recommendation if we want to start chipping away at this? Because this language is littered throughout our general plan.
We have a whole project plan for this. So the whole Shelley effort, there's a detailed project plan for that. But if you want to talk about the ordinance, I think we should talk about that. But the whole Shelley general plan, and it's been shared with Bruce, so we need to talk about Brown Act there.
I would just say, as far as that, and as Vice Mayor Hellman says, Shelley has done quite a bit of work on that, and it's something that we can consider at a later time, not tonight.
No.
That I'm just wondering, it's bringing up what you mentioned, Renee, in the first place, brings up the question, if we do go forward with changing the wording in a number of places throughout the general plan at some point, that would include presumably the titles, for example, the titles that we see here. That's going to mean a whole lot of places in the code because, as Janet said, usually we put the title when we refer.
So I understand that, but what I'm trying to get at is that if we don't put in goal LU7, preserve community and neighborhood character, but we just put the goal LU7, and then when the more comprehensive effort goes through to amend, update the general plan, then it will link to that new language.
I heard Janet was okay with that. I mean, it's atypical to do that, but knowing we have these changes in
Yeah,
front of us.
If what
Yeah.
we're saying is that we would eventually go back and essentially fix this in the code, that would be fine with me. I would just worry about getting away from putting titles in the code because it could so easily lead to confusion. Although this is only a whereas, this isn't actually part
Right,
of
it's
the
not,
code,
it's
but
not actually part of the code. It's
this is
in,
just
whereas
a-
it's in an ordinance. And so if you
so
take it
this
out,
is
just
just-
make sure that you've got the right numbers. And all I said was the reason we put it in there is so we can make sure we have the right numbers. You know, maybe there's a mistake on the numbering, and we want to make sure that what concept we're talking about, and so that people can understand which concepts. If they just read the ordinance and see LU7, then they have to go look it up. They don't know what LU7 references, and so that it's just it's extra added ease of explanation is all. But
Right. Well, I think that
understand.
addresses my concern, yeah, because it is only in the whereas, it's not going to end up being in the code. So I think we could address that by just taking the titles out in these whereases for now. So it sounds like to me that we can get these changes to where staff understands what it is that we need, and then we can go ahead and vote on this tonight.
Can I just make a request?
Yeah.
Before we end up making a motion, could we be clear what the changes are?
That's what we said.
You know,
Yes.
we've spent 20 minutes talking about whether or not we should do this. Let's just be clear what they are. So we're all walking away understanding what the language changes are. It takes a few minutes to just speak them out again. And I think Councilmember Catrano had his hand up.
It was all good. It was for a while ago, and we've gone far afield. So I'm happy to put my hand down and just move on with what we're working on.
Thank you. Okay, so Renee, do you want to just go through per what Barbara was saying and just make sure that we're clear? I think we started with the third whereas.
Before you do that, can we also have Linda unmute and stop touching her computer and add the changes that I requested at the same time so we don't have to go through this 3 times?
Okay.
Linda, you're still muted. You're still muted.
There we go.
Okay. All right. So my changes were to the third whereas. Right after commercially developed, we wanted to insert and multiple family residentially zoned properties. And then in the fourth whereas, we wanted to do the same.
Wait, and planned development district and senior development district.
Okay, let me try again. Multiple family residential, senior multiple family residential, and planned development districts. And then we wanted to add that same thing.
Excuse me.
What did I not say?
It's senior development districts, I believe.
Okay.
It is
It's
RM.
it's
senior, multiple
RMS.
family senior.
Multiple family senior. You think it's something else?
I think when we did Victory Village, I think it was called Senior Development District.
I have it right here, so.
Oh, senior residential districts, you're correct.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so, and then we wanted to add that same language in whereas 4 after, in the last sentence, after commercial areas, multiple family residential, senior multiple family residential, and planned development districts. So we just wanted to make it clear. Those were my 2 changes.
Okay, and then we could add just at the end of your changes, add create and maintain an experience. Is someone writing this down?
Which one are you on? It's not clear.
The third whereas.
Okay.
Create and maintain an experience unique to Fairfax that is reflective of the historical nature of the commercially developed properties, blah, 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 blah. And then the fourth whereas, where you've also changed and added that language, the small maintain the historic, and then add small scale of the built infrastructure of the downtown area is essential. And then let me just see if there's one other thing here. Yes, and then incorporating into the design review process, this is already in there, the review of exterior color changes and significant exterior design element changes is essential to maintaining the diversity and unique characteristic. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that was added. So that was it. And then taking out the titles and leaving the goal numbers.
And then I have the following change to the actual code language on page 2, where we're going to no longer say that design review does not apply in single family residential zones. And we're going to list all the zones that it does apply in, which are limited commercial, highway commercial, central commercial, service commercial, commercial recreation, planned development district, multiple family residential districts, and senior multiple family residential districts.
And just one potential clarification. I think it's called senior residential districts. I'm not sure if it's senior multifamily.
Okay, I'm just going to flip to it so we read it.
RM-S, right?
Yes.
I'm just looking at the staff report, that's all. That's what it's called in there.
So it actually has a long title. It's called RM-S Multiple Family Residential Senior Residential Zone, but the abbreviation is RM-S.
Okay, well, I think that your senior multifamily residential with the RMS, whatever it is good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Okay. So thank you all. It sounds like we've got it. Linda, you're comfortable with making those edits and bringing it back to us next time? Ready to go? Okay. All right. Do we have a motion?
Why don't you make it, Renee?
So that means I have to incorporate all those changes in my motion.
Actually, I'm sorry, if I may interject. All you need to do is you're going to make a motion to introduce and waive the first reading and read by title only. You read that, and then you just add with the revisions as discussed by the council and staff.
Yes.
That should do it.
Do it.
Right.
Okay, so I would make a motion to introduce and waive first reading and read by title only an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Fairfax, amending Chapter 17.020 and adding Section 17.020.030C to include the requirement of a design review permit for changes in the exterior color of a structure or the alteration of a significant design element which is a part of the design of the building in all zones except RD 5.5.
We're going to change that.
Except you're not going to read that part. You're going to stop right there in all zones with
Say,
the amendment.
incorporating the amendments as directed by council to staff.
Okay, I think that works.
Okay. And a second.
Second.
I'll make this, oh, never mind.
Got it. Chance. Okay. And Michelle, if you got that motion and second, you could do a roll call, please.
Be happy to. Council Member Kohler.
Yes.
Council Member Goddard.
Yes.
Council Member Cutrono.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
Motion passes. All ayes.
All right. Thank you all. And that concludes our public hearings for tonight because item 10 is continued. So now we are at the point that we moved item 6 to. So then we'll go back to item 6, which was on the consent calendar. That would be the one about the climate action plan. So Garrett, would you do the staff report, please?
Sure. Item 6 is to adopt a resolution adopting the revised climate action plan. You may recall back in March of 2021 at a council meeting, Climate Action Committee presented its draft of the climate action plan, the CAP. On March 17th, you had a joint special session with the Climate Action Committee and the council to discuss the CAP. And then you asked the CAC to open up a public comment period, receive public comment, and then come back to council with a revised version responding to public comment. So what you have attached to this is the revised CAP as revised by the CAC. It has red lines so you could show the changes. What's also attached to the staff report are the public comments received by the CAC and their responses to the comments. Now, I think just a point of clarification is if the council wishes to provide additional comments or direction to the Climate Action Committee, the CAC, it should probably do so tonight. And if you were to do that tonight or revise some goals or revise some implementation timelines, then you would direct the Climate Action Committee to take your comments, to go back and re-noodle the CAP, and then that would be brought back to you for approval if that was indeed your direction this evening. So with that, pretty much the CAC has been responsible for doing comments. As the mayor indicated, there's 2 representatives available to answer all your questions on this revised climate action plan.
Okay. So I guess when we do the public comment, we can get some statements from people from the CAC. So let's start out now with just if there are any council questions or what we would like to hear from Jody or Walt when they speak. I see Jody's here for sure. Yeah, Walt's here too. So yes, Barbara, you're muted at this point. You're muted. Ah, there we go.
I had printed out my comments and for some reason they're gone, so I'm trying to print them again. So give me a moment. If somebody else has something, go ahead.
Okay. Any other questions from council or anything that should be clarified before we go into the public comment? And you see that we have a complete red line version. So there are not that many changes, but those are in the change tract red line version of the CAP in tonight's packet. Sounds like a happy printer.
I've got my comments, but I may want to suggest that you might want to go to public comment first. So I have kind of an extensive list and also some concern about public comments that were submitted on the CAP. So maybe we should go to public comment first. And I'm sorry to take everyone's time, but I had provided these comments earlier. And anyway.
All right. So if that's okay with everyone else, we'll go to open a public comment at this point then. And Michelle, if you would.
Sure, I'd be happy to. I see one hand raised. That is Mark Bell. And Mark, you're unmuted now.
Thanks. Actually, my comment was about what just came down. It's like you're looking at a code and then you decide 2 people have read a book. And so like now you got to change language because like to say small town character is now a racist phrase. I mean, really? And then you like go off on this like whole tangent and you're like changing this and you're changing that and you can't even really do it in English, which is why I suggested that you all start speaking Miwok. Are you guys for real? Are you for real? You know, I mean, we got Sherman Way here. It's named after General Sherman. You got no problem with that? Look at all the people he slaughtered. You got no problem with that? I mean, really, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Why don't you like go through the entire code? Oh, wait, the. Well, that's like a real racist word because the comes before a lot of subjects. So we need to take the out. And how about go? Oh man, like go? God, there must be lots of phrases that have go in them.
So Mark, you know, this isn't really on the topic that we're doing right now.
Definitely not on the topic, but this stuff, and this is really, this is another example. You come up with this stuff, you have like minimal comment, and then you, after the public comment, you come up with these incredibly off the wall, absurd things, and nobody can say anything about it. And I think you ought to think about going back to when you used to give some type of synopsis of what your thinking is, and then you go to public comment. But that doesn't seem to happen anymore. Why? Because you really don't care about the people of this town. Okay? You have like, oh, you have your little followers, your little groupies, but you really don't. And this has been expressed by many people. You have your little pet subjects, and that's where you put your energy. And when your little pet subjects or your little pet objectives fall apart, then the people have to pay for it. How much have you spent on this Res J committee? You could have bought 25 furnaces for people freezing during the winter in Marin City. You could have bought 60 computers at least for underprivileged children with $60,000 that you spent on that. But no, they can't even figure out how to talk to each other after 7 months. Okay? I'll cede my final 26 seconds.
Mayor, I'm ready if there are no other public comments. I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay, yeah, so we'll, let's hear what you've got, and then that might go back to getting some input from Jody or Walt, but go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say one thing. I know that everybody on this council deeply cares about this community, and I'm disappointed that some people don't realize that. We all may have different views, but I know I personally respect everybody on this council and the community, and I try to listen, and I think we all do. So a couple of things. I read through the public comment. First of all, I want to say, oh, it looks like Deborah Benson has her hand up. So do we want to go back there and then I'll go ahead?
Yeah, let's go back to that. And we'll hear Deborah's comments.
I would recommend, if I may, Mayor, not to intervene, but that we stick on the topic that we're on.
That would be good, yes. So Deborah, if you have comments on this item that we're on now, that would be great. Thanks.
Okay.
Michelle?
I have unmuted you, Deborah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Council, for hearing me. And in many ways, I agree with what Mark said. And I just want to say there are motions that the council members make during public comment that perhaps should be avoided. During Mark's commenting, one of the council members was shaking her head back and forth as a no motion. And I don't think that's really appropriate. So I think that's all I really have to say. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, Deborah.
Okay, well then I'll get started. And I apologize for the length. First, I want to say I know how difficult this was, and I know how much work has gone into it. And I also know we adopted a climate emergency that set some pretty aggressive goals that might be very difficult to meet. So I understand that the Climate Action Committee was very much trying to do things in this plan to get to those goals. But my concern when I read through a lot, and other than my own, was my concern in reading through a lot of the public comment was there were folks who submitted comments about being very concerned that somebody's going to eliminate, ban all gas vehicles or ban all natural gas heaters and things. And the cost of some of these things, and some people pointed out these things cost quite a bit of money, and not everybody can do that. Particularly, there was something about the existing buildings, which we all know would be quite a difficult road to hoe. And I think what would have been more helpful than the overall comments that were submitted in response to those comments, and I know this is a lot of work, is to do a more substantive response to comments so that the people who spent time reading this plan would understand why their comments weren't addressed. And I understand that a lot of my comments wouldn't have been addressed as well. I clearly understand that. And a few of mine were. But so I'm going to go through them. Some of them may be important, others may not. I'm just going to go through them. But my request would be that, and I'm used to doing this in government where people submit comments and maybe you don't take every single comment, but you coalesce those into generally what they're about, and then you have a response why you didn't address it that makes it clear. Because from what I can see, a lot of people really spent a lot of time doing this, and I know the Climate Action Committee was very genuine in requesting public comment. So I'll go through mine. And I'm going to do this by page number. Page 4 on the preface, on the 4th paragraph, I had provided all these comments beforehand, so these aren't new, to the Climate Action Committee. I would suggest deleting that paragraph, and that is because it talks about the statewide grid being 100% renewable. That's not correct. It'll be 50% renewable by 2025.
Excuse me, Barbara, this preface is, the title of this is A Vision for Fairfax. This is actually, it's kind of written in the present, but it's talking about the future. It's talking about.
So I understand that if you say the statewide, it's a vision for Fairfax, but then you're saying the statewide grid. Shouldn't you at least say, if you're saying that's the vision for the statewide grid? Because to me, this reads as fact. So, we can agree to disagree. That was my concern. I clearly saw it was a vision, but I thought we were talking about the vision for Fairfax, not necessarily the statewide grid. So that's a concern.
Yes. Don't you think it just gives context? I mean, it says meanwhile, right?
Well, I'm just going to give my comments. I understand what you're saying, but the statewide grid is not going to be 100% renewable by then. I don't care what vision we're in. It's not going to be there, and that's aren't the goals. So if you said our vision for the statewide goal is this, that would have made it more clear. So then on page 8, I had suggested for context, there's a lot more history to this than more recent bills like SB 32 and SB 1386. I thought it would be good for the authors to insert a brief paragraph on AB 32, which really started the whole movement in the state by Pavley and Nunes. And I think that would just help people have a better understanding of where we started in the state. A couple of things I found that on page 14, section 2, I had asked to add a link to the town's GHG inventory, and there's a red line saying add the link, but it wasn't added. So I'm just wondering if that would be fixed in the final. I'm thinking it, because I think we all need to know that. And then there's something on page 17 and 18 that I'm very confused. It talks about Marin County total emissions, being over 30,000 by 2050. And then it says that Fairfax's needs to drop by over 31,000 by 2030. And if the entire county is going to be 30,000 by 2050, how do you drop more than that by 2030? Am I just reading it wrong? I just didn't think the math seemed to add up, but that's just one. And then on figure, I'm sorry.
Before we, I'm wondering whether it would make sense to actually interact with some of the people who worked on the subcommittee on this. And I'll say I was involved with the subcommittee with this, but when you, Barbara, put in, and possibly other council members put in comments after our joint workshop, I dropped off of the subcommittee because it would be a Brown Act issue if I saw what all the council members saw. So I need to bring either Jody, primarily Jody, but Jody and Walt in here. I think so we don't have to go through these again. I think if we can get answers to your questions, decide on what changes, and then maybe we can actually get through it tonight. Otherwise, we should just table it and do it offline. Michelle,
one suggestion. Can I just ask one thing, Mayor? Yeah. It's 10 o'clock. I'm happy to sit down with Jody separately and go over these comments and talk to her. I know that we would love to get this done tonight, but if you all prefer that we just continue this and I sit down with Jody and just do a Zoom call with her and go over this stuff, rather than spending everyone in the public's time who I know are waiting for the next item.
Okay, I'm gonna ask around about that. Chance, I'm seeing you. I think you might have something to say. Please tell me what you think about this. You see the issue, right? It's not so much a matter of whether to continue it for 2 weeks. It's a matter of whether we're going to have the same issue next time. Can we? What do you think?
I hope we don't have the same issue next time. I hope Councilmember Kohler can just work maybe offline, so we don't have to, go page by page through this whole 80-page document.
Well, these comments were already given, right? You are these same comments, right, Barbara? Ones that you.
There were some that were, if I'm not going to argue with Jody, if she and I sit down and talk about this, I will back off. But really, I really don't think anyone needs to sit here and listen to my detailed comments, which are kind of excruciating and horrible.
Okay, let me hear what Chance was saying, and then maybe I'm hearing what you say, that is continuing, it might make sense. Chance, can you finish what you were starting to say, though, about continuing, whether you think we should?
Oh, I was just, I hear you, Councilmember Kohler. Like I felt like I had given some comments that were not incorporated, and I guess I've come to terms with that myself. And so I'm at a place where I feel comfortable, but if it would make you feel better, let's just continue it and let's get to the rest of these items and hopefully finish this meeting far ahead of the average ending time of our meetings. So
I'm happy with that.
Stephanie, what do you think?
Absolutely.
And Renee? Continue? All right.
Looks like Jody wants to say something.
Yeah, let's hear from Jody here. Jody, please. And
okay,
Michelle, bring Jody in.
I would be happy to. Jody, you are unmuted.
I just want to say that to me, it's not appropriate for Barbara and I to sit down and go through every single comment that she had. If that's what the council requests, I can do that. But this document before you was a committee, not only a subcommittee, that went through absolutely every comment that not only you gave, Barbara, but every single person in the public. We went through every single bit of it and discussed it and made decisions about whether or not it seemed to make sense to change them or not. All of those comments and this document went before the full committee. and was approved by the full committee. So this isn't a document that I wrote and said yes or no to, various comments. It represents a subcommittee and a committee. So to me, it doesn't make sense. Perhaps there is a way to pursue it, but it's not you and I, Barbara, sitting down and going through every single one of your comments.
Well, I guess all I want to say, Jody, is maybe perhaps what I'm looking for is seek to understand. I'm not looking at getting into a big debate with you, but I would, I spent an inordinate amount of time on this, as I know you guys spent even more time. And I really don't understand some of these things. And it would be helpful for me to talk to you. And then if I need to talk to a subcommittee, I'm happy to do that if there's something that I feel is really unresolved. But, I don't spend my time lightly on this stuff. And I felt kind of unsatisfied. I think Garrett's got his hand up.
Yeah, Garrett.
Okay, so as I understand how this discussion is going, I think Councilmember Kohler is indicating she had a lot of comments, but there has to be some understanding on why some were addressed, some weren't addressed, and is there some overriding policy that the CAC was thinking is more important and in order to meet the 2030 goal? I'm just making this up. So my suggestion would be this. Now, I think a subcommittee of the CAC can meet with Councilmember Kohler to at least answer her questions related to her comments and others. And to the extent that subcommittee, ultimately the CAC, does believe that, okay, those are clarification, no big deal, let's put that in. Oh, that's a good point, that's okay. But to the extent there are policy decisions for the council, in other words, the CAC believes the council direction was such, and maybe Councilmember Kohler believes that there should be a slight modification, at least an implementation or timeline or a slight modification of goal. My words, not hers. Then when we come back to the council, we could have a sheet that maybe spells out those things that the council needs to provide direction on, because of the council direction may then, if the majority of you say something, then maybe it stays the same. But if a majority of you say, okay, good point, we should have a more phase-in period, for example, then that would change. And then what that does is it doesn't put Councilmember Kohler or the CAC subcommittee in this position of trying to make a decision of what the council policy is. It's more of clarification and then coming back to the council with direction on where we need direction to address some of these specific comments.
Okay, so what I hear you saying, Garrett, and it's a great point, is that some of the things that Councilmember Kohler or possibly other council members like Councilmember Cotrano might be suggesting that maybe should still be looked at again by the subcommittee and by the CAC, in order, because we would like, as Jody said, to have the CAC overall approve this because it is a CAC document. The subcommittee was less than a quorum of the CAC. So, we've gone through that process, but if we go through that again, there's two kinds of things that we can resolve. One of them is things that are unclear or wording changes. But then the other thing is where there are actually substantive changes that maybe should be put on a list so that we, when we come back to council, we have this list of what we actually need to think about.
Yes, if there's not agreement on, so I'm sure the CAC read every comment and came up with a rationale for why a comment was addressed or not to address. I think in the materials provided to us, the responses back were a little more general. They weren't specific. So I think if there's an understanding of what the thinking was for a specific comment, that could be completely sufficient. It could be, oh, okay, makes perfect sense. But I believe that there will be some situations to where the CAC is operating under council direction for a certain goal, and that a comment may be inconsistent with that goal, and that will require council direction to clarify that issue and how you want to proceed. Because a goal of 2030 net carbon emissions would almost imply you have to do everything in here. But maybe you don't need to do everything in there in that time frame. So that's what I'm saying. A little more clarification and key council direction of what's needed related to a specific comment. That's just my suggestion to help move it forward. Ultimately, when it comes back to the council, you'll know specifically those things, that suggestion for direction from the council on.
All right. Can I ask a question? This is kind of a Brown Act question. As I said, I was on the subcommittee that worked on this, and we all put a lot of work into it. Jody was actually the leader and the hardest worker on that subcommittee, but I've had to pull back from that as the subcommittee started working on council comments. I'm wondering, is there any way I can help with this now? Like particularly with Barbara has a number of comments and Jody would need to go through them with her. Could I help with that process if I don't talk with any other council member about that, or do I still need to stay out of the way? I'm just trying to be helpful here and try to get through this because we're all kind of exhausted. Stephanie, you?
Well, I don't want to overlook Walt. He had his hand up, and I think he should be involved.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see his hand up, but yeah, that, although I think we have a panelist hand up. Is Chance, are you using your, oh, Stephanie, you use your hand, okay. I don't see, for all you guys, I don't see council members' virtual hands because I'm looking at a different screen. I'm sorry.
So Walt's hand is not up currently. I don't know if he wants to put his hand up. Can I just ask one question? Who is on the subcommittee? Is it Jody and you, Bruce, or is it Jody and you and 3 other people?
There's also Joanne.
Okay, who's my neighbor?
Okay, great. And she's also exhausted from the process, but
I get it.
the subcommittee is.
Mayor, I just wanted to acknowledge that Walt's hand is now up.
Okay. Can we let Walt speak for a minute? Since we're trying to sort out what we're going to do next here, that might be helpful.
I don't know if I'm going to be helpful or not, but I'll try. Yeah, I was also in those subcommittee meetings. And my only concern about the Brown Act, Bruce, and I think, I love your idea, but then if we then go back to the whole CAC and Stephanie's involved, then it's the 3 of you. I don't know. I don't understand all this Brown Act stuff.
It probably doesn't work.
But I do think that, we sort of debated the issue of should we try to respond to each and every comment from each and every commenter. And we decided not to do that. We did try to group them. We're also, by the way, addressing many of them in much more detail on the blog. So if anybody would take the time to read that, you'll see more responses. But I do think that very likely Jody and Barbara and I could sit down and go through all of these things. And I do think I'm sure Jody's still on, that we could come to some consensus between the 3 of us, or at least an understanding, as I think we've all said, it may be at the end of the day, we don't agree and the CAC has to make a recommendation to the council. I think we could come to closure, maybe that, and to Barbara's point, understanding, right? So she knows that she's been heard and understood, why we thought different. I do think we could get that done in a way that would be productive. And I'm willing to spend the time to do that, as I know is Jody.
I'm happy to do that. And Walt, if only a small group of the subcommittee wants to meet with me, perhaps Jody is very tired of this. If you wanted it to be me and you, and maybe Joanne, who is my neighbor, I'm happy to do that. And I don't think it would take a lot of time, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness as well as Jody's and all the hard work.
Yeah. I will say Joanne is probably the most exhausted. So I don't know that Joanne is the right person, okay. But and I suspect that Jody will have time or whatever. I don't know. It could be you and me. It could be you and me and Jody. It could be you and me and another member of the committee. I don't really care, but I do assure you that your comments were very seriously looked at. And maybe we overlooked some things like that math thing. I'd have to go back and look, but there might be some things that we fix. So more than happy to do it.
Okay, if you all want to decide, and if it ends up just being you and me, Walt, on a Zoom or in person, that's fine with me. And anyway, I appreciate all the hard work.
Okay. And I just want to acknowledge Chance. He had his hands up, and also you had said earlier, Chance, that you had some comments that you would like to see addressed. So
yeah, I want to also move us beyond this because it sounds like we'll continue this item, but I just also hope that Walt and anyone else from the CAC would be willing to chat with me briefly as well about some things too.
Okay.
No, not you, Chance. Only Barbara.
Dang.
Of course, I'll talk to anybody.
Okay, so I think with that, maybe we can have a motion to continue this. I think we know where we're going next.
If I may ask a question, Mayor,
Yeah, yes.
this is Janet. So are you forming, like, is the council doing an ad hoc subcommittee to meet with the CAC subcommittee to work on, is that what's happening here?
What I thought we were doing was one council member at a time. Right now we have Barbara and Chance that would like to meet with the subcommittee of CAC. That subcommittee of CAC is less than a quorum of CAC. So
yes,
as long as it's one council member at a time that meets with that subcommittee, and that subcommittee doesn't, I always instruct people to, when they're talking with council members, to not tell one council member what another council member said, because that would be a serial meeting. So as long
right.
as one-on-one with the two council members.
Why do you think it's are you on that CAC subcommittee?
No, I believe we resolved that. I cannot be. So.
But you're not already on the CAC subcommittee.
I used to be, but I'm not anymore now that council members have started to put comments in.
Janet, can I suggest that it's an ad hoc group, and I think potentially if it works, Chance and I could do it together. I don't think he necessarily spoke to anybody else on the council.
Right.
And with a subcommittee of the CAC to go over both our comments, so we just have an understanding. And
yeah.
If there's anything that rises up that appears to be a policy thing, I think Councilmember Cutrano and I could raise those. And so that we're not going into the level of detail. So does that answer your question, Janet?
I think so, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
And shall we leave it to the discretion of Walt to work with whoever on that smaller subcommittee wants to work with Chance and I to just go over our comments? We don't have to decide all that. We're just going to continue this for now.
That's fine. But it looks to me as if you're forming a 2-person ad hoc council subcommittee to meet with some subset of the CAC subcommittee to resolve issues. Is that right?
Correct.
Thank you. That's fine.
You could say it that way. Yeah.
And so,
Renee, you don't need to be part of this. Okay, great.
So I would make a motion to continue it, and if possible, continue it to, I believe the next meeting is the 16th. And hopefully we can talk in between now and then.
Okay. We can try to get it on the agenda the 16th. Chance, are you seconding that?
Oh, Garrett, do you have your hand up or your mouth open?
Yeah, I have my mouth open. I think it might be better your July meeting. It just
okay. Well, that would also allow us a little more time.
A week again, so I think you need more time.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to continue it to the July 7th meeting, please.
I'll second that.
All right. Michelle, would you like to take a roll call for that?
Yes. Councilmember Goddard.
Yes.
Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
And Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
All ayes. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. And so now we are past 10 o'clock. So we're supposed to reevaluate. We have two more things on the agenda, item 11 and 12. The item 11 is a discussion about within the council, basically, about our pilot program to do 2 council meetings per month. And then item 12 is to appoint a council member to the ResJ.
I think
My
we can do
suggestion
both.
would be that we can try to get through them.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We're good on that? Okay. The 10 o'clock rule is taken care of. All right. So item 11 then. Garrett? Oh, you're muted. Everybody's having trouble with their mute buttons tonight.
Funny, I click, is it?
Oh, that's
It's all fine.
Mute buttons.
Okay, so yes, this item is indicated to discuss, consider the report on the data we've collected to evaluate the 6-month pilot program of 2 council meetings per month, consider a proposed schedule for future special council meetings through December 2021, and provide direction to staff. So you may recall this all came about at your May budget workshop last year in 2020. We discussed the concept of holding 2 council meetings a month. You discussed it at subsequent council meetings and at a special meeting in October of last year. The council reached consensus to do this pilot program, have 1 regular meeting a month, add 1 special meeting a month, try it for 6 months and evaluate it in month 7. At that time, the council's primary goals for holding 2 meetings a month was to get to agenda items earlier in the evening. And 2, another objective was to shorten the duration of the meetings. And in November, you kind of adopted the schedule of the special meetings, and that went through May. Although in May, rather than having a special council meeting, we instead had a special council budget workshop. So what I'm going to do is the staff report includes a lot of the data attached to it. And you did receive some supplemental data also, which I'm actually trying to find, but hopefully I can go off of memory or Michelle can help me out. But here's the key data that we found. So your average length of your council meetings for your regular meetings have been 340 minutes or 5 hours and 40 minutes. And oddly, your special meetings have also taken the same amount of time. Now, we've also done the average length of open time. That's open time for the public for items on the agenda. That's averaged about 30 minutes. Then we average the length of something we call preliminaries, which are announcements, acknowledgements, and meeting protocols that average about 14 minutes. And then what we did, we went through for each meeting and we averaged the length of public comments you receive on agenda items. So not open time comments on items on the agenda, but public comments specifically for items on the agenda. And that averaged 75 minutes or hour 15 minutes. So again, the average length of time for your regular and special meeting are the same thing. The only difference is your special meeting, you start sooner and you don't do the preliminaries and you don't do open time for items not on the agenda. So we broke it down a little further, and if you think about it this way, so your 340 minutes, that's your average time, or that equates to 5 hours and 40 minutes. And so if you take open time and you add in what we call preliminaries and you add in public comment on the agenda items, that totals to about 2 hours of the 5 hours and 40 minutes. That means at a regular meeting, most of the time is spent 3 hours and 40 minutes. Most of that time is spent on council deliberations and discussions and staff reports. Well, mainly it's probably council deliberations. So keep that in mind. That's your regular meeting. Now, your special meeting, you don't have open time or your preliminaries. That means of your 5 hours and 40 minutes, 5 hours almost is really council discussion, deliberations, and some staff presentations. And so if you look at it that way, your council goal of trying to get the agenda items earlier in the evening, that's only achieved by your special meeting because you start earlier. So you can argue that the special meeting met that goal because you get to items sooner. Now, your other goal was to shorten duration of each meeting. You clearly didn't meet that goal. In essence, the council meets twice a month and you're spending twice as long to talk about items. So you're spending a whole nother 5 hours just talking about things. So what exactly does that mean? So if you look at things a little further, over the 6-month period, it looks like you actually continued 11 items, and that doesn't include the thing we list on CRESS. We always list CRESS as a public hearing, so I'm not counting that. You actually continued 11 items in which you never discussed, right? You just never got to an item, whether regular or special, it just got continued. What that tells our interpretation is, well, that probably means there is a need for special meetings. But something to keep in mind, maybe not as many, but there's clearly a need. And what we did in some supplemental material that Michelle put together is that we went back a few years, and what we found is that we only started doing this data back in 2018-19, right? 2018-19, 19-20, your average meeting time was 5 hours, a little more than 5 hours. What we found, I think that we also had, you average usually on the average, if you go back to 17-18, about 6 special meetings a year. So you have your 12 regular and 6, so maybe 18 total meetings a year. So you've always had special meetings, a need to, right? A retreat, a budget workshop, and usually you have some special meetings to catch up. And so I think the bottom line is what we see as staff is there's a need for special meetings, and special meetings are actually better for you because you get the items sooner and you save a little time in a sense that you don't have open time or the preliminaries at the special meeting. And so what we tried to do was find the middle ground of every 6 months, the council kind of approving a calendar, at least reserving the special meeting time. So for example, in the staff report, it says June. So in June, we know we're going to have a special meeting on June 16th, right? It's a public hearing on the budget and you have some other things. Clearly the case. What we're actually recommending is July and August, you don't hold a special meeting. Most places that have 2 meetings a month or even more, usually they try to take some break in your summer months to allow for breaks for council members, take vacations, staff to take vacations, so the community doesn't have to always come to a council meeting. And so we're recommending no special meetings in July and August. And then we're saying, go ahead, at least tentatively schedule a special meeting for September and October. You'll probably need one in September. I don't know about October, but as a matter of practice, the meeting before the special meeting, that's your regular meeting, you can always decide if you need that special meeting. November, you wouldn't do a special meeting because it's too close to Thanksgiving and we're preparing the agenda for December. And sometimes in December, you have a special meeting because, well, it's the end of the year. Usually there's last minute things you got to do. And sometimes your January meeting isn't beginning of the year. It's pushed off for 2 or 3 weeks. So that's what staff is recommending if you're going to move forward with the concept. Now, you probably should know that anecdotally, it was really hard for us to figure out what's the impact to staff. Because clearly there's a huge burden, but it's really hard for us to try to figure that out. I will say this, every Friday of agenda packet week, that Friday is completely occupied with staff, at least 2 of us, either doing last minute staff reports, prepping the agenda, getting it out, getting it online, getting it on the website. That's just what it takes. In fact, your town clerk pointed out to me this last Friday, she was here till 10. I think I left at 7 or so. She was here till 10 because she was trying to resolve the glitches and the case and getting all those PDF attachments to Spring and all the things, trying to get that all in order so you can get it in line in the proper format. So that clearly takes a whole Friday. Now, on agenda weeks and both prior to the meeting and prior to the prep, we find as staff, there's a lot of time taken up with that. Even on items that weren't on a previous meeting, people would say, well, you got to do the same amount of time. It doesn't quite work that way. There's a lot of start and stopping because we have so many other things to do. So typically in the past, when you had one meeting, we knew that whole week prior, that was just all agenda week. It was going to take that whole week to get everything done. And now when you have another meeting, even though it's a special meeting, there's less items, you still have that week of where you're trying to get things together. You may be answering questions to council on certain items. And then prior to the meeting, there's always discussion with each council member on agenda items. And so that all takes a phenomenal amount of time that is hard for us to quantify. And that takes away the ability for staff to do other things. That being said, I just need to point out that this isn't, this doesn't place a burden on staff. However, it is clear, at least to me, there is a need to continue with special meetings. I just think as an adjusted schedule based on the need. And moving forward the next 6 months, that's what we're recommending. Special meetings June, September, October, and December. No meetings July, August, take a break. And November, it wouldn't work just because that week right before Thanksgiving, I forget what the calendar looks like, but just trying to, we have to get all that stuff done for that December meeting because we're kind of closed. So it depends on the calendar. But anyway, again, there's tons of statistics. Michelle can chime in her thoughts on the different things. But again, if the council goal was getting to things earlier, you only do it for special meetings. If your goal was to end meetings sooner, not happening, you're spending 5 hours and 40 minutes each meeting. You're talking about things even tonight, granted different circumstances, you still continued something. It's whatever, it's 20 to 11 and we're on this item. So again, I guess the best way to describe it is there's our recommendations, a middle ground, just schedule special meetings. Definitely, if you're going to do it, just keep your special meetings, start early. Don't make it a regular meeting. You're just going to make any things take longer and your meetings will end later than midnight. I think the one that I've got point to point out is from March to I think of May of this year, you've actually had, I believe, 8 meetings that ended after midnight. So that's a lot longer than previous years. And I think we all find that I think pretty much after midnight, it's really hard to do anything and be sharp enough to make some solid decisions on things. And I know the public's just thinking, what are we doing? What are we doing here talking about things at midnight? Anyway, that's the staff report. Hopefully, I think Michelle may want to chime in, possibly if I missed some key data points. Otherwise, that's the staff report.
Thank you. Michelle, would you like to add to that?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I think that Garrett covered it all. I don't have anything to add at this time, but I'm here for questions if you have any for me.
Okay. All right. I guess we can keep it to questions at this point or clarifications and then take public comment on this issue. I guess one question that I would have, if I can just throw it out, it's I don't know whether it's a question or whether it can be answered in any case, but it feels like there's just a lot going on in the town, and there are a lot of big issues. I mean, many of the things that are on the agenda are not perfunctory little fixes; they're complicated issues, and I don't know whether it's always been like this or whether things are really getting more complicated in the world. But it seems like even before we started this experiment, we had several months of special meetings at that point in time, just because we needed to do them. So I don't know how to separate that out, just the complexity of the issues. But anyway, guess that's not really a question. Stephanie?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Thank you. I thought, and I didn't go back to the original staff report, but I thought the special meeting, the one we added, we were trying to limit it to like 2 topics. And I don't know if that really came to fruition. Would you agree with that, Garrett?
Yes. I think trying to limit it.
So that would be a large contributing factor as to why the special meeting and the regular meeting are so comparable, because they're pretty much equally loaded in terms of agenda items.
And that may be, there might have been some exceptions where your 2 items took that long. I mean, we'd have to, I think the data would break it down.
I wish that was included in the staff report. And then, so I'm not sure about this sentence that says the council is spending twice as much time to discuss items each month compared to 1 meeting per month. So the analysis that I'm not seeing a before after analysis. I'm only seeing data pertaining to the pilot period, if I'm not mistaken. And the data that you provided in the supplement, I'm not tracking the 2020 to 2021. That's not the pilot period, right? You're combining data from the before the pilot period and the pilot period.
You want me to answer that, Garrett? This is Michelle. Because
Sure.
I compiled these statistics, maybe I can tell you how I did it.
Yeah.
Just to your first point about the number of items per special meeting versus per regular meeting
Yeah.
each month, that's on page 2 of the staff report.
Well, no, my point is, Michelle, we had intended to limit the number of items for the special meeting, and that didn't really come to fruition.
Right. We would start small, and then there were things that would get added. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot, like per Bruce's comment, there's a lot going on.
And so the little chart I prepared today, and I posted online for the public and sent to you, to the council, that was based on data that I collected in each of those years in March for your retreat. I would look at the prior 12 months and just give you a little snapshot of your time. Those columns were the things I measured. The average length of your meetings, the average number of agenda items per meeting, the number of ordinances adopted in that 12-month period. So from the prior March, really from the prior April to the March of the retreat. So that's why they have 2 years. So that's all kind of comparable. The pilot program was from November to now.
Right. So you have November and December data, right, in that final row.
No. Oh, well, yes. Yes. That final row, 2020 to 2021, was the data I had available in March, just a couple of months ago. And it was from the whole prior 12 months. That's just to compare year to year.
That row includes pilot data and non-pilot data, correct?
That is correct.
So that to me doesn't make sense. Why? Because it's not clean. You can't there's no isolated data as far as how productive was the pilot period in terms of taking action and passing resolutions or whatever. So that doesn't exist in the staff report. Is that right?
Well, it was hard because we didn't have another 6-month period to compare it to.
Yeah, you could.
What we have was what we did for those 6 months. You could double it and compare it to the prior years. And that's kind of what happened because we actually had at least one special meeting per month since last May, I believe it started. We had been doing 2 to 3 meetings a month for months by the time we started the pilot program last November. So I could have done, I just ran out of time, but I did think today and thinking about tonight's meeting and your discussion that you might want to see prior year's data, which is all I had. I didn't have a month. I guess I could have said November to November through May for each of those years, but I don't have that prepared. That would involve me going back.
Just isolating the pilot data, and then we could have, like you said, doubled my mind or projected it.
That is isolated.
What I see when I look at what Michelle gave us, that supplemental chart, was that the last row, which had a lot more special meetings, that last column is the number of special meetings outside of the 12 regular meetings. That's 14 there, and it's 6, 8, or 4 in the previous year. So that's the pilot plus, as Michelle said, before the pilot, we were already having some extra special meetings. So we had a lot more special meetings in that last row, and yet most of the other numbers are about the same. There's less ordinances adopted, but about the same of most everything else. And so that's what jumped out at me, for what it's worth, from that, was that we had a lot more meetings, but we did about the same number of things by those metrics. But part of the explanation, I think, for that is that the amount of time that we spent in meetings, we did some big listening sessions at that part of the year. In that bottom row, it includes listening sessions on several different topics that's all we did. We passed no ordinances, no resolutions. We just listened. So those were long meetings, and that counts in the time, but doesn't count in those other columns.
Yeah, thanks for calling that out. Garrett, you mentioned 11 continued items. Where is that on the staff report? I couldn't find that.
That's on the table.
On
So
page
good staff
2.
report. Yeah. I guess, what is that? Page 2 of that attachment, meeting statistics.
Yes,
Or-
and it's
or
all
column.
the way to the bottom right corner.
Oh, without appeal, is that
No,
what?
yeah, without discussing. Yeah, and it doesn't include the Crest appeal that appears on the agenda every meeting.
Okay, but we don't have this for comparative purposes. We don't have these data points for the before period.
No, I mean, I don't know. We'd have to look it up if we have something. I think here's my thing. Maybe this helps. To try to equate how efficient or effective the council is would be difficult in how many ordinances or resolutions, because I don't think that really represents the work you do. Over that same time period, I would agree. It says, from March of last year to March of this year, you adopted 6 ordinances and 40 resolutions. The previous year, the same time period, you did 15 ordinances and 44 resolutions. It doesn't mean that you weren't effective or efficient, because everything's different. Every ordinance is different. Every resolution is different. What seems clear to me, though, is the council is spending more time talking about different issues. It could be the same thing. It could be something different. But it adds the council's discussion in your efforts to have public input and in order to deliberate items, because that's the only place you could deliberate. It just takes time. And I only pointed out that for the special meetings, it seems like you're spending almost 5 hours talking about the items, assuming it's only 40 minutes worth of staff time making the presentations, maybe it's longer, is because there's a lot there to talk about. I suppose you could be more efficient in how long you each talk or what you say to save some time, but that's not to say that you shouldn't have those discussions. So I'm just trying to be careful how you're trying to compare how much you've actually done, because that's not necessarily representative of how much work it actually takes.
Yeah,
and how much
I appreciate that. When you're doing an analysis, I would prefer to have like sort of a before after, comparison, but I totally appreciate your response as far as it's very subjective by the topic and so forth. So,
and I think all the data is there. It's just how you want to parse it. Again, our take is, per our recommendation, you're going to need to have special meetings just to even catch up, right? If you look at some of the data, you could see that some of the special meetings, you only had 3 items, and maybe that took 3 hours, but it catches up on some of the things. Some of them are longer. And I think what happens is, you're going to have to make it up somewhere. Either stuff is just going to get continued, and you'll have to make it up somewhere down the line. I mean, that's
right.
Pretty much what it comes down to. In the past, we call them catch-up meetings. We did special meetings because we knew 1 meeting a month, you're just always going to get behind. You continue things more, you wouldn't get to it, and you always need a meeting to catch up. But these special meetings, you're just catching up sooner. Plus, you're also giving you more time to talk about things. And in some cases, you take advantage of that. There's nothing wrong with that. I think I was just pointing out there's a lot of great burden on staff, and that's why I'm recommending this kind of modified calendar moving forward.
I'm done. Thank you.
Barbara, sorry, you had your hand up first in the first
No,
place.
I didn't.
Sorry for that.
I had it up after. Thank you. So, I've read this a few times, and I could have sworn I saw a little chart that showed our average time before we started this pilot for regular meetings. And I've looked at this thing, I've turned every page, and for some reason I don't find it. But I thought I saw something that showed the average time before we started this pilot of regular meetings was something like 5 hours
On
and a
the
half.
top of page 3, right at the very top of page 3 in bold.
No, that's actually, no, I'm looking at regular, maybe I dreamed it, but I thought there were regular meetings before we started this pilot. I thought I saw a little table. So, okay. I think I don't have a lot of questions. There were a couple of things that I wasn't clear on that I think Michelle straightened me out on beforehand. But I think one of the pieces that I don't think we need to do the analysis for, I think Michelle's analysis of the kinds of things that we did, like the number of ordinances, is pretty important. But another piece that a number of resolutions adopted, that's pretty huge. But I also think there's a piece that somehow really adds to our meetings, and that is presentations. And I think, for example, a few meetings ago, we had 3 presentations on one night. And a few years ago, when it was just Renee and I and some other folks, we tried to talk about only trying to do one presentation a meeting. And I think we ought to really think about that kind of thing. And I realize all these things are important. I just want to add, and this is just a comment, I look at the number of ordinances we adopted. It's huge. The number of resolutions we adopted are huge. And some of you do watch other council meetings, and I probably watch more of them. And I can tell you, I watched a council meeting recently for another city where they were just getting around to adopting the ordinance that requires streamlining for residential solar. That was required in 2015, and that's when we adopted it. So I think that we are trying to do so much, and I like that. And I'm as guilty as all of us, but I think one of the things that maybe we can do, and I like what Vice Mayor Hellman said, originally when we started this pilot, it was the idea of the special meeting really being more for a couple, maybe 3 items. And I know there was a meeting recently, a special meeting where we had 3 items. Oh my God, we went till midnight or 1 or something. How did we do that? Is it loquaciousness? Your favorite word. But I just think we try to get so much done, and I think we get a lot done. And I also think we have a very engaged community. But I think we're also looking at, we did this pilot during the pandemic with Zoom. And most people are saying that the Zoom has added time. So it may be, if we go forward and eventually we'll be going into more our old meetings, we're all sitting up there, that maybe it will be a little bit different. And I think Michelle did a great job, but I will also just say one thing. I do like what staff are suggesting. And I think when we started this pilot, one of the things I was suggesting that I think we consider is where we don't need the second meeting. Let's cancel it. We always have it on the agenda. We're always ready for it. So we're not trying to schedule it. But I do think we could also try to get back to that idea of only a few items on the special meeting that are kind of big ticket. And then, and I don't know, we didn't do that, so we don't see those statistics, but it'd be interesting to see that, because I think with the way we're viewing it is the catch-up meeting. Everything gets continued. And so I appreciate all these statistics. I do have one question on, and I know Michelle had explained this to me, but I lost the response. At the bottom of item 3 on the public comments, there's the last column says number of consent items, and I think there's 3 numbers in there. Michelle, could you say what those 3 are?
Yes, that was my fault. We decided to simplify that data, and all I did was change the title, and I didn't simplify the data itself.
That's
Sorry.
fine. I just don't know what they are.
So the first number, so we're looking at page 3 of the attachment, public comments not including open time, the last column on the right. It says number of consent items, and that's the first number in what looks like a date, 8, like the first line, 8, 2, and 10. 8 stands for number of consent items. The next number stands for the number of speakers who spoke to the consent calendar. And the last number is the amount of time that public comment took. So that's what those numbers stand for.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And is that when you say the amount of time public comment took?
Total.
So there was 8 consent items, for example, there were 10 minutes total, not 10 minutes per.
Correct. I think there were 8 consent items, 2 speakers, and it took 10 minutes. So maybe they represented a group.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chance.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to belabor any points. You already mentioned the Sir Francis Drake listening session, and folks have already mentioned the joint meetings that have occurred. But I found it kind of hard to assess when like the retreat and the budget workshop stuff is included in there. Just figuring out like how that skews some of the data, or how those types of meetings are like not sort of involved in what I thought the goals or the intent of the inclusion of special meetings were, since they're kind of always in there. I guess for comparison to other years, it makes sense if you're also including it in past years, but it's just something that I wanted to also point out, both for all of us and for the public too, that those are these like huge chunks of time that take a full day, and that can kind of skew some of these numbers when you're looking at like 6.5 or 7-hour meetings that are for deciding on budgets and deciding on priorities for the year. So I just wanted to point that out for folks watching as well.
Mm-hmm. Renee.
Just quick question. So Michelle, when you were charting the preliminaries, are the presentations included in the preliminaries?
No.
So where are the presentations? Like, let's go to the April 7th meeting on page 3 of the staff report. Which wasn't it that meeting that we had 3 presentations, or no, that might have been in a special meeting. Anyway, I'm wondering where those are noted.
So the reason I chose the data points I chose was that council directed us to chart these meeting metrics, you called them, back in November. So those are the things, that's why there are these data points. And in each of the sections, I try to note when I do or I don't include the extra special meetings, is how I think of them. They were the listening session and the annual retreat, and there was a standalone January 12th closed session that was a special meeting. So the very first page of the meeting statistic calls those out as special meetings in addition to monthly special meetings. And then the chart on that page shows that I only included I didn't include those 3 extra special meetings. For the big chart on page 2 that takes up the whole page, I didn't really do much with the data except lay it out there for you to look at. So that wasn't part of my averages or statistics. That's just for you to see. I did use it to count the start and end times, but if you look at the start and end time chart, I didn't, let's see where I put that. I had a lot of paper on my desk. I didn't always, so obviously I did not, the start and end time chart only includes the monthly regular and monthly regular special meetings. So I really did try not, because I agree with what Councilmember Cutrano said, that would just kind of muddy the waters. I tried not to include those weird meetings and really stick to the pilot program when I was looking at the pilot period. But when I, that last thing I gave you today, that was a zoom out to the last few years, including this last year, the 12 months of data that I presented to you orally at your retreat. And those are all the same data points. They were parallel. That was sort of easier, but that was, I cannot remember at this moment, and I don't have the paper in front of me, whether I included, I don't think I did include the listening session, which was a 2-hour session. Yeah, I can't remember.
No, it's okay. Thank you for that. I guess, and I won't belabor it. I was just trying to figure out, because like that last meeting that we had 3 presentations, that was about an hour and something.
Yeah, I did struggle with that one. How to handle the presentations, whether they were regular agenda items or not. And in that case, I believe I just treated them as regular agenda items because we had actually numbered them. Sometimes we've had presentations that are smaller, but those were meant to be kind of meaty items.
Great. That was really my question. So
sorry, long-winded.
Well, good. I learned a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, we need to go to public comment on this. Do we have any more clarifications or questions, or should we go ahead and do that? Go to public comment? All right, let's do it. Michelle, if you would, I'll open the public comment, and Michelle, you can do that.
Okay, I can do that thing where I call on people.
Yeah.
Okay, I only see one raised hand. Nobody else is fascinated by his statistics.
Or passed out, one or the other.
Oh, right. Okay, so that is Richard Applebaum, and you are unmuted.
Thank you. This is really not so much critique as much as a variety of comments and feedback. So when we were having public comment and discussion about this before you started the pilot program, I posed to you all a question. I said, is the goal to cover more topics because there's just more people's work to get done? And is that the lens for maybe adding extra meetings, however you want to phrase them, special or otherwise? Or was the issue to try to become more efficient? And I spoke to it, many people have spoken to the issue of like going late into the night. Are people doing their best work? Can people hang in there? People are waiting a very long time to get to the one issue that they care about. And so, as you all know, you came to call it the Applebaum plan or whatever, but my sort of one meeting broke into 2 parts. And in hearing the data from staff, that it's 5 hours and 40 minutes, it's bearing out what I had kind of observed over the many years, which is there's just a lot. And the way our meetings work, in all fairness, and again, I'm really not trying to be hypercritical, but you often deliberate a lot when you're saying, do we have any questions for staff? And you often have questions for staff, but then you often start talking about the issue. And I don't even really necessarily care. I like to hear some of what you have to say before the public gets to speak. We benefit from that. But, everyone wasn't too keen on this idea of taking a meeting and back to back and breaking it up and taking that same 5.5 hour meetings and breaking it over 2 days. And I do think there are some logical ways to approach that could help. And so, as I've observed things, it's just, let's face it. We have a lot of complicated topics in this town. There's many, many things that bring, Meadowway Bridge, wall property, 5G ordinance, cannabis. Think of all the things, and there's a lot of things that bring folks out. And, so we could, you could cut us from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, and you guys could try to be more efficient and talk less and just say, I favor this. Here's the 3 reasons why. Let's move on. And that's kind of not how we do it here. The public wants to be heard. We want more minutes, not less minutes. We don't want to be rushed. And you guys want to be able to really take your time. And you often explain your points of view, and there's contextual things, and everything isn't super efficiency. So I think I have a lot of empathy for staff and the demands on them. Taking up a whole week or half a week, twice a month, when we have a very small staff here is really, really challenging. So I'm not really giving you a bunch of solutions other than my one idea towards efficiency, but I do think that the real conversation should be, how do we want to conduct business? What are some small tweaks that could be made? The order of events and meetings, maybe you all just being a little more self-aware and self-monitoring your own talking, and and maybe the public also saying, hey, if I don't really have something new to add to it, I'm just parroting something 7 other people said, we can back up as well. So I appreciate you all trying to make the situation better. And I don't know about the Zoom making it worse, because as a person who's been there at 1 a.m. and 12:30 a.m. many times, back down at 46, I think this is just part of the situation that we have. And I do want to thank you all for actually caring about the issues. And so, I don't know, maybe you look at a whole year and go, how much can we handle in a year? And think about that and not try to do more than we can really do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
I do not see any other
Okay.
hands raised.
All right.
Oh, yes, I do. Sorry.
we-
People try to trick me. Okay, that's Mark Bell, and you are unmuted now, Mark.
And one of the points I'd like to make is, I imagine like trying to do statistics while you're doing everything else is quite complicated. However, it'd be interesting to see how many hours are spent on what topics. For example, cascade, striping, restriping, re-restriping, unrestriping, restoration, restriping, whatever. I mean, how many hours of time was that? You can go to other issues as well. How much time was spent on some of these issues? For example, the cascade striping never should have happened. And that should have been nipped in the bud, and it should have been done with once it was discovered, especially with the problems with that it caused, and people brought up these cases, and then, it dragged on. How many hours was that? We can look at a lot of other issues, and I'm sure it's the same thing. It's not being concise and being correct in your approach. And I have a tendency to wander, as you may have noticed. However, I'm not in that situation, and I try to make my comments usually pertain to the subject matter. A lot of this, if someone on the town council, if you agree with somebody's position, I remember Ryan O'Neill used to say, no, I'm good, because that position that he believed in had already been clearly stated. I don't think that every one of you has to weigh in on every issue. You can say, unless you have specific points where you have a difference. And, forget about so much posturing and self-aggrandizement, and you'd also save a lot of time. That's all I have to say, and you have an extra minute.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Okay, so we'll close the public comment on that item. I usually go last, so I'm waiting for somebody to say, what do you think about, staff has a proposal. What do we think about staff's proposal going forward?
Well, I'm ready to make a motion, but that may not be anywhere near where we are.
Well, I'll say that's where I am. I like staff's proposal. I think it hits it just about right.
Okay, then I'm going to make a motion and we'll see how it goes. So I'm going to move that we direct staff to Where's my motion?
Oh yeah, how do we say?
That we've considered the proposed schedule, and we would like to direct staff to implement such schedule for the next 6 months.
I'm sorry, clarifying question. So September 15 and October 20th, those are dates we would have. And then the months we don't have two meetings is July, August, and November, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
I second that motion.
Okay. It could have just been stated direct staff as appropriate.
Would have been fine too, but I was.
Okay, so we'll go to a vote on that. Michelle, would you take the roll call vote, please?
Yes. Councilmember Cutrano,
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard,
Yes.
Councilmember Kohler,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman,
Yes.
Mayor Ackerman.
Yes, and thank you very much to Michelle and Garrett for an enormous amount of, I don't know how you get these figures. I shudder to think. Do you actually listen to the videos and time them, or do you do
Michelle
this?
actually goes through all her notes because a few years ago we write down the times.
So you mean tonight, while we're doing this, you're jotting down times and when the public starts speaking and the public stops speaking?
So right now we'll say
Good
when
job,
you get
you
to
guys.
12, it's 11:14.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's pretty impressive. Thank you. Okay, we have one more left. Item 12. Garrett, would you give the staff report, please?
Sure, pretty short. Actually, the mayor is actually requesting that with Vice Mayor Hellman's recent resignation from the ResJ, that the council consider appointing a replacement council member to the ResJ. That's pretty much the staff report.
That was a short one. So unless anybody thinks we should not have, there's, I believe, just a couple of committees that have two council members. There's the Climate Action Committee, which kind of happened accidentally, but I think we like it. And then there's the ResJ, which we just started out that way with having two council members. With the ResJ in particular, my feeling anyway, being on it, is that it's, I would really like to have another council member on it. It's a lot. And so I need someone to bounce ideas off of and just someone to share the work and the thinking with. So just to put that out in the first place, because this is unusual committee to have two council members, but I would very much like to continue that if that's okay with people. So
Well, did you want us to speak?
But
I don't have any questions, but did you want us to speak or see if no one else has any questions? Maybe we go to the public and then.
Well, yeah, we could start out with going to the public or nominate. Yeah, let's go to the public first and then we can. Yeah. All right. So we're ready to do that. Michelle, if you'll open up the public comment. Or I will open up the public comment and you will take the public comment. Is that what we do?
Something like that. Thank you. I only see one hand raised, and it is Richard Applebaum, and you are unmuted.
Thank you. I know that ResJ has had some challenges and been some stuff going on. There's a lot of different conversation in the community, but I hope we can hang in there and try to kind of get this ship going in the right direction. And so all I would say is that if bringing another council member in can help strengthen the ResJ and help get some focus and some momentum going, I'm all for that. I would support any of you. And the one thing that had occurred to me, I noticed this when the original committee with 11 was formed, that there were no male members of the committee. And the mayor was is still the only male member. And so, and I know that you're all busy, you're already on a lot of things and stuff. And so you all have to kind of self-monitor what you really have the time for. But I just wonder if it would be a little weird if Chance joined, not that I have any problem with Chance being on there, that if suddenly like the 2 council members were both the male members and then the entire rest of the committee are all women, I don't know. So I don't know whether Councilmember Kohler or Councilmember Goddard are interested and have the time to do it. But if it would strengthen things, it would help, get some focus and start to get some traction. And, I've been very hopeful that the ResJ could eventually start to identify some things in the community and make some recommendations and get a little bit past the process and get to some action items and some momentum. So just a couple thoughts there. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
And there is another hand, that is Alexandra, and you are unmuted now.
Hi, Alexandra.
Hey, everyone. I just wanted to offer my support for Bruce in encouraging, I guess, another council member to join us. I think that there's a lot of value that council members bring, just because a lot of us are new to this, and we ask a lot of questions, and then I'd like to support Bruce in what he's asking for. Just to throw it out there, I'd love to offer my support in either Councilmember Catrano or Goddard to join us, just based on the support that I felt from both of them as council members. I greatly appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra.
Since then, there are a few more hands. Mark Bell is next, followed by Veronica Garretts, followed by Naomi Alessandra. So, Mark, you're unmuted.
So there were 15 members, there are now 9. Isn't that like the writing on the wall? I had some time, I was going to watch another meeting, but for some reason it was taking longer than a week or so to get the video up. The one that I saw was so painful. It took me like over 2 days to watch it. What have you accomplished? What has this committee accomplished? Nothing. That money could have been used for worthy causes to help people in need. And what did it do? It paid some woman at a rate of $750,000 a year who couldn't get 15 people, now 9, to have a conversation between themselves in a civil manner. It's time for this thing to go away. I hope it's not going to be even approached as being part of the budget next year. And I think was it Deborah who said, why don't you have a GoFundMe for this thing? Yeah, why don't you have a GoFundMe? There you go, 1 minute and 48 to you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Veronica Garretts, followed by Naomi Alessandra. And Veronica, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Veronica.
Hi, Council. Thank you for hearing us. I'm really grateful to be on ResJ. We are not going away. We're going to stick around. We're going to keep putting our nose to the ground and working through the challenges and the intricacies of what we're facing. And I'm so grateful and honored to be a part of the committee. Grateful for your work on it, Bruce, and Stephanie, yours as well. And just want to honor you and thank you for the amount of consideration and humility that it took to step back. And I am excited to continue to have your support on the subcommittees, Stephanie, yeah. And also want to echo Alexandra's support for Councilmember Cutrano or Goddard if you so choose to step into the role, so that we can have the support that Mayor Ackerman articulated, feeling like he could use, and I know that we could use. And I know that you both have attended meetings as members of the public and center racial equity in the ways that you show up, and really appreciate that and would greatly value that on our committee. So thank you for considering, and I'll be excited to see what you all discuss and decide. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Veronica.
The next speaker is Naomi Alessandra, and you're unmuted.
Hi, everyone. Thanks as always for being there and doing what you do to support the community. Really appreciate it. And I also want to keep this brief, but I just want to echo what Alexandra and Veronica have already said, and what Mayor Ackerman has requested, that another council member join the ResJ committee. And I would love to also offer my voice in supporting Councilmember Cutrano or Councilmember Goddard in that role, as both of you have been so instrumental in ensuring that racial equity stays high on the list of priorities for our town. So I also look forward to hearing what you discuss, and thanks again. Good night.
Good night. We're almost done. Michelle?
I see no more hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, so we'll close the public comment, and I'm wondering what we have. Two of you that have your hands raised. Okay, Barbara?
Yeah, I'd like to say that I want to add one thing. I'm a little hurt. I've been working on affirmatively furthering fair housing in this county and in Fairfax for years. I was the only member of any council who attended Richard Rothstein's Color of Law presentation several years ago. Nobody else was there except me from a council. I brought renter protections to Fairfax, and I continue to support people through housing and equity issues, and continue to be one of those challengers who continues to push for fairness and equity, particularly around housing. But I will also say, so I'm hurt that clearly I'm not of interest to folks on the committee. But I will also say I am happy to defer to either Councilmember Goddard or Cutrano for the committee. I think they would be a great fit, either one. And I also think that the committee, even though other than you, Bruce, it's all women, I think those women are very empowered and very strong. And I don't think there would be an issue with having another male if that is the desire. I don't think anybody, especially you, Bruce, you are the kindest, most empathetic person I think I've ever met in my life. So I think you are a great fit for that committee, even though I really haven't seen you in action. And anyway, thank you for all your hard work, and thanks to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. And I really have to support, and I'm glad you said some of those things, Barbara, because it is absolutely true, just for the community who's listening, that as far as thinking about equity issues, not only through the lens of race, but through the lens of people who are suffering for all kinds of reasons, Barbara has done just taken the lead on some major things that have made real differences in this town. And that shouldn't be forgotten. So the Res J is not the first time that we've talked about equity in this town. It's been going on for a long time. I'll just say one comment about the maleness. I did bring that up on a Res J meeting. I pointed out just because we were all experiencing a lot of triggers that different people had about different things. And I pointed out that one thing that might trigger people about myself is, in addition to being mayor, is that I'm the only male on the committee. And I haven't ever heard any response to the effect that that was a trigger for anybody. So, and because the committee will be eventually bringing in some new members, we don't know when and we don't know who they'll be, but there might be some gender balance coming from that. So my sense is that that's not really a big issue. Yes, Barbara. I mean, Renee, sorry. Hi.
Hi. I really appreciate what everyone said. Barbara, I honor you for all the work, and I know it well. And I've gotten to be your sidekick on some of it. So I really appreciate all I've learned. When Stephanie and I really brought this idea of having this and really worked hard to get this embraced by the council, by the community, to bring the Res J forward, my hope was that this would be a committee that would dive in and do some really hard work. We knew how hard the work would be, and we're seeing it and we're living it. But that we would have an opportunity as a council to really dig in together. My vision was that, well, we have the Brown Act, and everyone is learning a lot about the Brown Act. But the work that eventually needs to be done is that council members, elected council members, are tasked with making decisions based on recommendations that are coming from a committee who we appoint. And so working together, hashing it out together, that's what I dream of, and what I think will be coming. I'm hoping for more joint sessions. I'm hoping for more learning. I'm also hoping that ultimately that what will happen is we'll have people of color on this council. And we won't be asking these questions and fumbling in our skin quite so terribly as being all white and now considering having two white males, one being the mayor, on the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee. And I do feel that those changes they're coming. It's just slow and painful. And so when I think about whether it's two white males or whether it's one white male and one white female, and I start looking at where are we going to find the most diversity? And the diversity for me is in, I'm just going to put it out there, this is probably ageist, but is in Chance's age. And that is that Chance speaks a language that I'm just learning, and is really centered, if you will, in this work with Serge, with members of the community who've worked so hard to create this committee and are committed. And so I would, as much as I would be honored to serve, it scares me a little bit, but I would be honored to serve. I did speak with Chance, and I would defer my service for his opportunity to serve should he really be wanting that to happen. So that's all I have to say. But having said that, I really, really hope that this work is going to come back and we're going to sit down together, especially when we can see each other and really feel each other, if you will, so that we can actually do the hard work. This is pretty brutal, looking at a little square and talking about color and talking about pain. It's just wild to do this. And so I look forward to that, and I'll call for that. Really, I think I did call for a joint session to come because we have some hard decisions to make and we need to make them together. So I don't need to be sitting at that table right now if we have someone like Chance who I think hit the ground running and be a great asset to the committee.
Thank you, Renee. So Chance, may I ask you?
Yeah, I wish I had something as eloquent as that to say.
I have that feeling a lot when Renee speaks.
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Goddard. I feel so sort of mixed about it because I know how amazing you would be on that committee as well. And same goes for Councilmember Kohler as well. It's like throw anybody in there and I'm sure it'll be fantastic. I am interested in supporting. I do recognize the optics of two white guys and that are elected that are on the Res J. It doesn't, it's not lost on me. But I will say that I'm really committed to the work. I deeply believe in the Res J and what it can do for our town, and that it is not just a committee of our town, but that it's a sort of way of being, centering that type of work, transforming ourselves and our community in that way. And I think our town is ready for it. I think it's great to see how it's been going so far. I think there's some criticisms that are lobbed at the committee, but at the same time, it's a perfect mirror of everything else that's happening nationwide and region-wide as we start to address some of these issues and start to develop new language and new ways of confronting some institutional trauma, some personal trauma. So I'm ready to engage in that work with folks and to bring it out of that committee and to have it show up everywhere, So yeah, if it's the will of the council, I'm happy to be a part of it, and I also would be happy if anybody else wanted to serve on it as well. So just I'll leave it there.
And maybe at some point in the future, we might consider rotating out, so I'd like to see the committee get its feet under it, and then I would be happy to rotate out at some point in the future, and we can take turns rolling through this because we should all experience it.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to appoint Councilmember Cutrano to join you and the members of the Res J.
A second. Oops. I got it.
Okay. Michelle, would you do the roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will.
After you write down what time it is.
I got it, 11:34. Councilmember Cutrano.
Yes.
I thought that would be a hard one. Councilmember Kohler.
Yes.
Councilmember Goddard.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hellman.
Yes.
And Mayor Ackerman.
Yes.
Ayes all. Passes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so, getting to what is this? Is this the preliminaries part at the end of the meeting? We've got council member reports and comments. That's in writing. If council members have anything you'd like to say at this point. If not, town manager's report we already took care of. Future agenda items, is there anything anyone would like to contribute to that pot? Which is probably already overloaded. Okay, and then we would like to adjourn. We opened the meeting Barbara dedicated it to both the centennial of the Tulsa Race Massacre, which was a 2-day bloody thing, and then the 1 year, these are both approximate, but 1 year milestone after George Floyd was killed, and set off so much rethinking in the country. But we'd also like to adjourn the meeting in honor of a local person, Jolie Eggert Ilan, who was formerly of the Fairfax Open Space Committee, who recently.
And I just want to add, so Jolie was with us on FOSS for a little more than a year. And she was the reason we changed the resolution to go beyond just incorporated Fairfax. She brought a lot to us and was actually the president of the California Native Plant Society. And very sad, way too young. And she'll be dearly missed.
Mm-hmm. Okay, with that, we will adjourn.